Good morning, friends, followers, channel members. Welcome to another special stream, and it's another long one. Not quite as long as our 8-hour transatlantic, but I'm reckoning this could be, by the time we've done, it could be a good 5-hour stream, maybe a little less. Flight time is close to 4, so yes, could be a long one today, guys. So I hope you're getting settled in for a nice long flight in completely unfamiliar territory. I don't even know where we are. I think we're in Georgia. Don't ask me to pronounce the airport name, but yeah, we're in Georgia, and we're heading up to Estonia, I think it is today. A Wizz Air, obviously not Easyjet route, so can't claim for this to be real ops. I tell you what, planning the route for this flight was an absolute ball ache, because we would normally shorten this route by flying straight over Ukraine. Obviously that's not really allowed at the moment, so we're having to sort of skirt around the eastern border of Ukraine. We may just be encroaching into it for a few miles, so we'll keep our eyes out. But yeah, other than that, it's going to be an interesting flight today. Really looking forward to this, and because we're in somewhere new, it means that we get to see sights that we wouldn't normally see, so looking forward to those window views. Get yourself on board, get yourself a nice passenger seat. And even before we even get started, David Butler, who is celebrating 5 months of channel membership today. Wow, already 5 months. Thank you, David, for your support over the 5 months. And he's also just super chatted at £4.99 as well. David, thank you, mate, kicking our stream off today with a celebration and a donation as well. Thank you, David. Really kind of you. Very generous. Thank you for your support, mate. Hope you're doing well, and hopefully you'll be able to stick around for our long flight as well. So quickly, just jumping in to see who's coming into the chat. And DarkFury, who is celebrating 26 months. Oh my god, Dark, that is awesome. 26 months of channel membership. This is DarkFury's route today. So anyone wondering why we're doing this, it's his fault. Yeah, so channel member DarkFury, using his Easyjet points, booked tickets for this flight, and that's yeah, his fault. It's this is where we're heading, and he celebrated today 26 months of channel membership. So the legend DarkFury, thank you, mate. Appreciate it. So hope you enjoy the flight today. He says he's delayed. Wait for him. We'll leave your seat spare, mate. Oh, good morning, everybody. Hope you are all doing well. Just jumping into the chat, see who we've got coming in. So we've got William, who was the first one here. David, of course. Leanna, yeah, not quite full time, not yet. Although that would be amazing. Barry's here as well. Nick, hello. Mad Matt too. Good to see you guys. Aviation Fun. Andrew, Mark, Pedro. Great to see so many members coming in this morning. Simon, Elliot, Dwyle. Hey guys, hope you're all doing very, very well. Pedro says, what's that? Lisbon to Budapest? Says would be a great route. Pedro, you can buy it, mate. You're a channel member. Anyone can buy them using Easyjet points. So feel free to go and request that, and we'll get that done for you as well. Hey Colin, hey Ace, good to see you. Klaus is here as well. Fryer 1850, hello. Dr. Magic as well. Barney Arcs, I am well. Thank you so much. And yo guys, we're not even got started yet, and William is gifting 5 EasyJets to Sim Pilot channel memberships as well. William, that is awesome. Oh, William and Dark, what an amazing way to start our flight today. We haven't even began boarding yet. You're not even on the plane. Mark, Matt, Anthony, Chris and Luke, guys, welcome to channel membership. Ryan Videos 94, good morning to you as well. William, legend. Thank you so much, William. Really appreciate that. And Willie Canuck is here too. Not letting Dark take all the glory. He's also celebrating 26 months of channel membership. That is awesome. Thank you so much, guys. What a way to start the stream. We're not even in the aircraft yet. We're still on the ramp, where it's quite loud and probably jet fuely. Chris Hogg, good morning. Matt, hello. Right, let's should we actually get in and get started? It's a long flight lined up today. A shout out to our Twitch viewers as well, guys. Welcome. Right, so here we are on our beautiful Wizz Air flight deck, Hotel Alpha Lima Whiskey Papa. I should also point out that this is perhaps a bit naughty, that we've actually turned the failure rate up for today's flight. I thought, well, it's not Easyjet, we're in Wizz Air, so there's a chance of anything going wrong today. And we've just in, and Fraser 1850, supporting the channel so much over the last few weeks as well, has also gifted 5 Easyjet Sim-Pilot channel memberships. Oh guys, what are you doing? You just want to keep me on the ground for longer and longer. SLR, Peter, Shane, Ferrell and Morton, thank you so much for being here. And now channel members courtesy of Fraser 1850 gifting those 5 Easyjet Sim-Pilot channel memberships. What absolute legends you all are. I've not even got the operational flight plan up yet. This is an amazing start to the stream. It does mean we're going to be late departing. I think our pushback is actually meant to be in about 25 minutes. Yeah, well, who cares? Right, let's get going. Well, let's get started to set up. So we are on VATSIM, but there is no air traffic control at the moment. So let's go through our operational flight plans. So Wizz Air. 19 Zulu Victor this morning, payload of around 12, oh, just thrown the tablet on the floor. We've got about just under 12 tons, cost index of 4, I mean that's an EasyJet cost index, but there you go. Cruising at 360 today, got a bit of a tailwind to help us up, that's nice. Planning runway 25 for departure, runway 26 for landing, 1,364 miles to cover today. Plug fuels just under 10 tons. Yeah, now I don't know this part of the world, so very important just to check that grid mora. We can see it's a little bit of terrain around half an hour into the flight, just before half an hour into the flight, about 25 minutes, so keep an eye out for that. We will just keep going, then we're into Moscow's flight information region. What else have we got as well? Other than that, all looks fine. That's Minsk, and then we're into Riga, and then Tallinn. There we are, really looking forward to this. Right, so the flight route looks great. And Dwyle Flanker also supporting the channel as well, gifting 5 Easyjet Sim-Pilot channel memberships as well. Dwyle, you guys, you're all absolutely amazing. You're delaying my Wizz Air flight even longer. This is so Dark can catch up, right? Dwyle, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much. So welcome to Gail van der Veer, Ian, Scott, Richard and Aaron as well. Guys, welcome. Make sure as well, if you are a channel member, get on our Discord server and make sure you get into the members lounge as well, where the Mickey is taken out of DarkFury for grass cutting, Nick for just cutting in all the time, and plenty of other banter going off as well, so do make sure you get in there. Dwyle, thank you so much, mate, really appreciate that. And HighCloud1 has just subbed to Tier 1 on Twitch as well. Good morning, HighCloud, hope you're well. Hope you guys are going to be able to join us for the majority of our flight as well today. As I say, it's a long flight, so we will keep you entertained whatever you're doing today, whether you're working from home, in the office, etc. So, Elliot Woodford, good morning, mate. Good to see you. Anthony, good morning to you as well. Right, just looking at the weather en route. We've got great weather here. We've got good weather in Tallinn as well. All the alternates, all Cat 1, so weather's looking good. That looks like a nice crosswind as well. About a 10-knot crosswind at the moment in Tallinn. So, looking forward to that a little bit later. Let's check the weather brief. So, what's the date today? It is the 25th, so winds 160 at 10. There's a chance we may get a runway change en route. We'll keep an eye on that then. We've got a chance of showers of rain, scattered clouds, 1,000 feet, some CBs around as well. Okay, so keep an eye on the weather as we're going. Nothing to suggest it's going to prevent us getting in, but even so. Here is our flight route. Right, well, you can see where Ukraine is then, because we have to deviate to the east around that. You can just see there's a little bit where we do just nip in a tad, so just keep our eye on that. Here's the SIGMET chart. So as we're departing, look at the CBs we're going to have to avoid, so a bit of extra weather for CB avoidance. Other than that, all looks pretty fine. Let's just have a look. What's our vertical profile like as well? That looks fine. Alright, operational flight plan. Let's have a look and see what we're going to take. So that's around 9.8 tons, and now weather's good, and Wizz Air, you're not going to want to throw a load of extra fuel on board, are we? We've got some CBs to maybe avoid and things like that. That extra airspace too, obviously that's taken into account anyways. We're routing around the Ukraine. So I say we take 10.5 overall. We'll take 10.5 tons of fuel. Alright, that's good. Let's grab the weather here in where are we? Can someone tell me where we are? I've done the set up the flight, obviously. No idea where we're going. We're meant to push back in 16 minutes. That's not going to happen. So, winds are light and variable. Cav okay. 19 is the temp. QNH is 1014. No significant changes. Alright, so that's essentially a beautiful day out. I've not even got my checklist out this morning. This is how unprepared I am for this this flight. Alright, I think we're about ready to start getting passengers on board, and we'll start setting up as well. So let's tell GSX they can start boarding.
Cabin crew, we can open the doors now and start letting them on board. Thanks very much.
Right, so our cabin crew are going to start getting to work. They are already on the aircraft, so we should start to see passengers getting on in a little while. We'll go through, just do our usual checks. Clippers, how do you minimize the tablet like that? So that tablet is basically just my actual physical tablet, and I'm casting it onto the screen. So that's how we're doing that. The external tablet from yeah, the external tablet from the Fenix EFB. Halclad 1, yeah, this is a in real life route as well. I love doing in real life route stuff. It always makes it a bit more realistic, doesn't it, to know this is a real thing. Right, oh, that's quite neat. We've got an actual walkway for the passengers. Nice. Okie dokies. Why is the APU running? Get that APU off. We're just sat here burning fuel. Don't want to do that. So that should have been turned off before we started. Anyway, everything else is fine. External power is on, and yeah, so overhead is good. That's set up. We've got the lights on. Nav logo lights are on. I just come down here. Acupressure is good. Flaps, spoilers, parking brake. Done. Okay, so here comes Mr. Dispatcher. Thank you. It'd be interesting to hear what the ground crew sound like here in Georgia. QNH is 1015. We've got the guard frequency. We need to set that up, of course. Explain 11. No idea when version 2 is coming out. I have been fortunate enough to have tested some of the newer versions. Trust me, it is going to be worth waiting for. Really better. The flight dynamics on this are good, but even better, particularly with crosswind landings and such. So I promise you it will be worth the wait. So walking 2000, that's fine. 1015, and initial climb here is 9,000 feet. I do need to find out where we're departing from, don't I? And scribble it down. We are at Kopit Nari. Right, I'm going to have to write that down. Kopit Nari. I'm pronouncing that. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, but I'm going to need it when I'm on Unicom a little bit later on. Otherwise, no one's going to know where we are. Hey, Elk Chocolate, how are you doing? Yeah, Elk Chocolate says he's just spawned in next to me and is an empty field with no scenery. So yeah, this is a custom download. This is free as well from flightsim.to. This, and I think it looks pretty good. You know, it's small, it's simple, it's exactly what we need, and let's face it, it looks a lot better than just a field with a runway in it. So yeah. Okay, let's set up the box. So data IRS. 3 navs, aircraft status, yeah, that's fine, alright. Init request. Let's check this out. Kenny Amsterdam says the route you're flying is far from realistic. Why not use the route they actually fly? Well, this one's a little bit quicker and still avoids Ukrainian airspace, which is, you know, the main thing, Kenny. I'm not privy to Wizz Air real-world routings, so what is our flight number? Let's get that information up, and then we'll get the box all sorted. Explain says the landings are bad with wind shear. Yeah, you know, I promise, version 2 is better, and as I said, luckily enough, I'm able to justify that. So let's see. So flight number is Wizz 19 Zulu Victor, cost index 4, temperature 18. What's our tropo today? 31881. It's not a million miles away. And just clear the scratch pad. Grab the winds. And IRS in it. Yep, that's fine. And cruising 50360 with a temperature of -52. So HighCloud1 says, yeah, you're not allowed to fly over Ukraine at the moment, so you could route over the Black Sea, Romania, Hungary, Poland. Yeah, so there were a couple of ways we could have done this. We could have done the route that you've just suggested, Black Sea, Hungary, Poland, etc. So Ukrainian airspace is also like this area just here, which we are just dissecting just for a little bit, and that's purely due to time constraints. So what I should have done is we should have just gone a bit further up here and then sort of back around. But again, time constraints. Sadly, I do have children that I need to pick up at some point this afternoon. But otherwise, they would route sort of up and then all the way around and do it that way. So yeah, real world sadly getting in the way of the simulated world. How frustrating. Chris Hogg, mate, that is incredibly generous. Thank you so much for your £5 super chat saying I love these streams. Chris, it's great that you're here, and I know you're here for so many of them as well. We love having you here. Thank you so much, Chris, for your support, mate. I do appreciate that. Very kind of you. So that's done. Flight plan, we're departing to 5, Alika to Delta. Let's pop that in. And then at the other end, where we're going, ILS 26 is currently planned. And that's the Gonos arrival. Gonos 1 Lima arrival. No VIAs there. Okay, pop that in. So that's done. We've got 1,363 in the box, 1,364. So you know what? When you're traveling over 13,000 miles, sorry, 1,300 miles, and you're only 1 mile out, I'd say that's a win. So we're happy with that. We've got the Kilo Tango Sierra VOR. We'll pop that in as a hard tuned. We'll get that turned on as well. So that's done. And then onto our Init B page. Now, how is Wizz Air Dispatch behaving this morning? We've got a company message, so that might actually have come through. Let's check that out. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so let's accept our preliminary load sheet with a 0 fuel weight of 55.8. 0 fuel weight CFG is 30.6. Alternate fuel, if we just double check that, is about a ton. Where was the alternate today? Was it anywhere I know? Oh, it's Helsinki, the alternate. which it's actually across the water. That'd be unfortunate, but nice place to divert into. Right, fuel planning. Let's go see what our aircraft wants. We're going to be taking 10.5 ton. That one's 10.1. So get that in. I think someone has just closed the doors a little bit earlier here. We've still got some passengers waiting to get on, so get that door back open. Sorry, passengers. So a takeaway of 66.1. And we can actually see here, look, Wizz Air have actually etched in the max takeoff weight, maximum landing weight, maximum fuel weight, which is quite neat, quite like that. So max landing weight for this aircraft, 64.5 tons. We're taking off with 66.1, which means we are close to 2 tons above maximum landing weight, so that'll play a part in our brief a little bit later, on. Everything we've got in the box there then means we're going to have about 12 extra minutes of thinking time there. So let me just load our aircraft up with the 10.5 tons of fuel. Do that in the tablet. So that's all done. All right, now let's check out the takeoff performance calculations. Takeoff center of gravity is going to be 28.2 planned. Randy, what does it mean if the aircraft flashes landing lights at you when you're taxiing? I don't know. You mean another aircraft? Maybe they're just sort of saying hello. You know, I see bus drivers do it all the time around our area, flashing lights at fellow bus drivers. Alright, performance calculations then. Where is... Now I'm hoping this airport is actually in the database, because it's a bit of an obscure one, isn't it? Okay, it is very dry here. We are departing 2-5. Don't know how Wizz Air depart, but I'll use our usual EasyJet SOPs. So, no need to force tow, anti-ice off, packs will be off, flaps 1, and takeoff weight 66.1, and the CFGs planned 28.2. Just sync the live weather up. View intersection data. I'm imagining only a full length's going to be available. Yeah, 2,500 meters. That gives us 138. Hang on a minute. Turn that up. I can't read it. 138, 140, 141. 138, 140, 141. Flaps 1 and a flex of 53. 63. I need a bigger tablet. 63. Lovely. Right, now, at this point then, we'd use the secondary flight plan to pop in the engine out procedure. However, as I don't have the engine out procedure here for this airport, then we're going to have a look at the go-around procedures. This usually gives good information, so worth checking this out. So the go-around here, this looks like non-standard, to be honest, because we're not flying straight out. Although, if we just have a look... Would straight out just take us over the sea? Might do, actually. Yeah, I think straight out would straight out would work. Yeah, straight over the sea. Okay, so we can do a standard engine out procedure here, and then we'll just come back. It'll be a right-hand turn to come back and hold at the Kutaisi VOR. So let's pop that in. Secondary flight plan. We'll copy our active. So if we base this off the KTS VOR, so KTS, we're going to be departing 253 is the heading. Pop that 15 miles out, and we can pop that here. Place bearing distance 1, and then we just need to force a right hand turn, so that's going to be north place bearing distance 01. So PBD 01 north, obviously 360. Just pop that a couple of miles to the north. That'll be place bearing distance 02. Then we're back to Kilo Tango Sierra, where we will enter the hold. Let's just have a look at the hold information. Inbound 108, and it's left turns. And then obviously if we've lost the engine, someone keeps turning the sun on and off. How are they doing that? So we'll be back here to land at Uniform Golf Kilo Oscar. And that will be ILS 25 Zulu. At a guess. No star. No veer. Alright, just check what that looks like. Yeah, there we go. Straight out, back, enter the hold, and then we're set up for another approach. Right guys, I think that's all the setup done, so time to do some briefing, I think. Richard Dutch, thank you so much for the follow this morning. Welcome on board. Looks like the final load sheet has come through as well, so we'll check that in a minute. Alright then, let's whiz through the departure brief. So, weather for our departure is beautiful. Got cavo-K conditions, wind and light and variable, so nothing really much to mention there. Runway conditions obviously dry. On the climb out then, weather en route, we've just got isolated embedded cumulonimbus clouds for sort of the first half an hour or so, so we'll keep an eye out for those. Weather for our arrival looks okay. We've got a 10 knot crosswind at the minute and some showers of rain. Potential for the runway changes. There's a chance that the winds are going to shift around, so we just need to keep an eye on that over the next 3 hours as we fly. Aircraft is type A320. Only thing in the tech log is the weather radar is unserviceable, so unserviceable rather. So yeah, sadly nothing I can do about that. No TAMs, nothing that's going to affect our departure. Threats to be aware of. No air traffic control here on the airfield. Unfamiliarity with the airfield as well. And then we've obviously got terrain around, so we've got terrain to the south, we've got terrain back to the north and the east, so we can see that on the MSA actually. That's quite obvious when you look at it based off the KTS VOR. So anything goes wrong and we're not happy, keep flying straight and we'll head out over the sea. So yeah, threats, unfamiliarity, no ATC. There we go. Okay, let's talk about this then. So we are parked at the main terminal here now. Are we able to taxi on these taxiways? So Alpha and Bravo restricted to 13 knots. Takeoff landing civilian helicopters, not bothered about that. Runway 05, aircraft for maximum takeoff weight of 35 tons. And over on the turn pad only. So I'm guessing it's a very narrow taxiway. Well, it looks like a narrow taxiway here on the on the chart, but I think there's no restrictions that we're too wide or anything. So as we're not going to be making a 180-degree turn, looks like we're taxiing this full sort of length down here, which doesn't seem to even have a taxiway number on it, does it? Okay, so we'll push back and taxi out on whatever the hell this is here, and then we're departing runway 25, 2,500 meters. There's nothing in the charts with regarding noise abatement either, so we will be just using normal noise abatement procedures, which is noise abatement 2. The departure itself is straight out, and then once we're 1,500 feet, it's a right-hand turn, intercept that 269 radial, and then we're straight out to Alika, no speed restrictions, and that's fine. Initial climb 9,000, so just go through the box and make sure we've got all that in. So that's it, there's the intercept, that's departure runway 25, that's the departure we've got there, Lika 2 Delta. Radnav, we've got the KTS VOR progress page. 36 is planned, that's going to be available straight away. VSP is 138, 140, 141, and clean is 218. Flaps 1, flexing 63 today. Takeoff weight is 66.3 for, sorry, 66.1 will be our takeoff weight by the time we get there. And secondary flight plan is the engine out procedure. So I think that's it, and we'll just check the yeah, we'll just check the final load sheet, because that's come through as well. Make sure no LMCs have wrecked our performance, and then we'll get the APU on.
Captain, all passengers are on board and we're finished setting up. Doors are also now closed.
Thank you.
Okay, so couple of LMCs we're slightly lighter than planned, however that's fine, and COG is within 2%, so takeoff performance calculations are all valid. Shadow Dancer says, looking at the satellite images, you're probably supposed to backtrack on the runway. Yeah, that was going to be my plan, but we've just got this here, taxiing on Alpha and Bravo restricted. Yeah, that's fine, that's a speed thing. Runway 7 and 25, 180-degree turn for aircraft with a maximum takeoff weight of 35 tons, and over. Oh, sorry, I missed that bit. Over, only on the turn pad only. Right. Oh, well, in that case, that's straightforward. We will. We'll go down Bravo, and then we'll backtrack. There, that's fine. We'll backtrack runway 07. So we'll go Bravo and then backtrack on 07 for departure runway 25, and we have to do it all the way at the end of the turn pad. We'd have to do it all the way at the end anyway, because we've only got takeoff performance calculations valid for a full length departure. So yeah, that'll work for us. Let's just brief the emergency brief. So standard Airbus A320 emergency brief, and engine out procedure is standard, straight out. And once we're above 2,000 feet, we'll make that right-hand turn and get back to the VOR, where we would be safe to hold at 4,000 feet. Christian said, when an aircraft is wrecked on a runway, it's the duty of the owner or user of such aircraft to have it removed as soon as possible. Keep that in mind. Thanks, Christian. Hey, mate. Hope you are well. Okay, APU. Let's get you on. Fuel's loaded. Balanced as well. I'm guessing that's Nick's British Airways charter just there. Alright, APU's available. We'll give that a minute, then we'll get the bleed air on. But as that is now on, turn that off. As that is now on, let's disconnect our external power. Tell ground crew, right, GPU, chocks, cones can all be removed. So that's done. William says to Christian, yeah, I'd have all the passengers just out there pushing like in Con Air. Oh, don't be silly, William. They'd be pulling. You could never push an aircraft. Right. Looks like we're good. Where's my checklist? So, cockpit preparation checklist. Aircraft acceptance has been completed. Fuel quantity is 10.5 tons. Balance. Seatbelt signs are on. Adheres. We've got 3 nav greens. QNH 1015 and 100 feet. That's all good. Right, let's get ground crew into position. God knows where they're going to push us back. It's going to be a gorgeous view on departure, I think. Lots of terrain over to the left-hand side of us. Don't rush, love. It's not like we've got a long flight or anything.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Great accent. Didn't understand a word of it. I understood the word pushback. Right, 122.8.
Departure check Skyrim completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Copy Nari Airport traffic was 19 Zulu Victor on the ramp, pushing back, and no idea where we'll be facing. We'll see where the ground crew want us to go. Hopefully facing so we can taxi out on Bravo. What a professional air traffic control call. Right, beacon lights on, acupressure's in the green. Pushing back, facing tail left, maybe? Do you know what? I don't think that's going to work. No, tail right. So acupressure's in the green, get the transponder on. Did that come on? Try again. That's on. And before start checklist. So.
Cabin crew, we're all ready to go, so please arm the doors and cross-check. Thank you.
God bless our ground crew. Parking brakes are on, takeoff data is confirmed, windows are closed, EFB and phones on flight mode, doors are closed and armed, beacon light is on. Barry Bartson, mate, thank you so much for your very kind €5.99 super chat, saying he's delaying the stream to give Dark a chance to catch up and go in front. He'll find a way in his speedy Boeing aircraft, Barry. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. All right, calm down. Parking brake is released. Thank you, Barry.
Push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Alright, so noticeable steering is disconnected, engine mode selector to ignition, and starting engine number 1. Bye bye, guys. Have a great day. Tell you what, for a random little airport somewhere in the back and beyond, for freeway scenery, this isn't really half bad, is it? It's not just a generic building, it's had some work done to it.
Ladies, gentlemen and channel members, on behalf of the crew I ask that you now please direct your attention to the monitors and cabin crew as we review the emergency procedures.
Monitors?
There are 6 emergency exits on this A320neo. Please take a minute to locate the one closest to you, and note that it may be behind you. Count the number of rows to the exit. Should the cabin experience a pressure loss, stay calm and listen for instructions from your cabin crew. Oxygen masks will drop down from above your seat. Place the mask over your mouth and nose like this, and pull the strap to tighten it. If you are traveling with children, ensure you put your own mask on first before helping others. In the unlikely event of an emergency landing and evacuation, leave all your carry-on luggage and items behind. Life rafts are located beneath your seats. The Emergency lighting in the floor will guide you to your nearest exit. We now ask that all carry-on luggage is stowed away safely during the flight. Whilst we wait for takeoff, please take a moment to review the safety procedures and the safety card in front of you. Electronic devices must now be switched off or turned to airplane mode until we instruct you to again.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes there, and
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
starting engine 2.
Parking here.
Take advantage of the extra perks to make your journey with us more enjoyable. Thank you for your attention and we hope you enjoy your flight.
Right, so looks like we are going to be taxiing out an Alpha and then backtracking. So that means the trusty British Airways behind us, Nick, will be able to depart before us. We'll just sit there and wait. Camera Mini 76, when will the update be out? I think it's meant to be 1500 Zulu time.
Talk disconnected. Bypass pin rim over there. Left is clear, right is clear.
No idea where she's gone though. Quite like that accent. Nick says he's going to wait for us. His name's not DarkFury. Christian, yeah, I had to sort of break some rules regarding our flight just because, well, time constraints really. Oh, there she is. Oh, and she's gone. That was epic. Okie dokies. Right, engine number 2 is now happy. So, let's just do the after start. Flows, anti-ice is absolutely not required. Spoilers, rudder, flaps, set the trim. There we go. Okay, done. And the after start checklist. Anti-ice is off. ECAM status is checked. Pitch trim is 29.3%. Rudder trim is neutral. Okay. So, copy Nari traffic was 190 Victory is taxiing now via Alpha for runway 07 backtrack to depart runway 25. Oh, look at the terrain. Dwyle, what do the packs do? So it's basically the air conditioning and pressurization system, which is when you turn them off for departure, it just saves a bit of engine wear and tear and also gives them sort of better performance. That looks like one heck of a bump in the taxiway. Looks like Sheffield Council have had the contract to fill in the potholes here. Right, brake check, that works. Let's do a flight control check as well as we're going. So, I've got full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, rudder, full right, rudder, full left, and neutral. Alright, quick peds check then. So, no change to our performance. We have full length departure runway figures from runway 25. No LMCs affecting our departure calculations. Oh god, we're going to have to do this slowly, aren't we? Get ready to dive. There it comes. Maybe not entirely realistic, that bit. Yes, so performance hasn't changed. Still flexing in QNH 1015, hasn't changed either. The Engine out procedure, we've got standard 2,000 feet right hand turn back to the Kilo Tango Sierra VOR. We'll hold 4,000 feet. Departure is Alika 2 Delta straight out, and then when we are above 1,500 feet it's an immediate right hand turn. Noise abatement 2, transition altitude 7,000, and our initial climb is flight level 90. Copy no traffic with 1 Zulu Victor, entering runway 07 to backtrack via Alpha. Hey Ian, good to see you mate, hope you're well.
Speed 464 at the hold for runway 07.
Pierre, am I using the stick twist or rudder pedals? Both. Both. So stick twisting is the tiller, but you can also use rudder pedals as well. For deflection up to... oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay, pick a centre line. Which one should we follow, or should we go right down the centre of the two? Wonderful. Alright, so the taxi checklist. Flight controls have been checked. Flap settings, config 1, FMA, climb now blue 152, 9,000 blue, radar and predictive windshields on, eco memo, we've got takeoff, no blue, AFB is stowed and disconnected. Get rid of that. Wizz Air, too cheap to have 2 tablets.
Cabin crew, seat for takeoff, please.
I'm just looking, maybe it's an optical illusion. Maybe the line on the right is the centre line. The one on the left looks like it's not, it looks a little bit off-centred. Christian says this freeway just took a deep hit in his rating. Well. That's cabin crew letting us know they're good to go. I bet it's quite a scenic approach to land here, given the amount of terrain that's around. Hey Manic Mimer, good to see you. Nick says range less than 40. Yeah, I've not got that far yet. I was just looking at the terrain, wasn't I? Enjoying the beautiful red screen. Why though, Nick? Love to know. Why? Green Dot, good afternoon. I know you know why, Nick. I'm just teasing. Andrew Curry says this just needs a Jeff Goldblum meme saying must go faster, must go faster. Nick, of course, yeah, of course you're right. You don't get the wind shear alert if you don't have range of set to 10 or 20. Okay, lineup checklist. So our cabin is secured. Takeoff runway is going to be full length runway 07. TCAS TRA packs 1 and 2 both off. Shout out answer. This is custom scenery and default scenery on top of each other by the looks of things. Right, where's my turn pad? I don't appear to actually have a turn pad, so we're going to do this slowly. Try and get as much runway length as we can. So when the pilot in the left-hand seat is over the line, sat on it, we'll spin the aircraft around. If you can do it below 5 knots, that's the plan. Get back on the centre line. Winds were light and variable, so looking at that windsock, actually, whoops, stopped a bit too aggressively there. Looking at that windsock, looks like we've got the right runway for departure. Copy Naira traffic, Wizz Air 19 Zulu Victor is departing runway 25 Alakira 2 Delta departure. Right then, let's go. So, takeoff, start the chrono, and 50% and 1 set. Just held the brakes for a moment there. Engine stable, set takeoff thrust. Man flex, SRS and runway. Here we go. 3.5 hour flight ahead of us. Checked. V1, rotate. Does anyone else think that there was an aircraft at the end of the runway then, with the way those lights were flashing? They looked like strobes and a beacon. Nav, gear up. I quite want to enjoy a bit of a view on this departure, so I'm going to get the autopilot on a little bit earlier than normal.
And Speedbird 464 is entering 07, backtrack.
There's that right hand turn on passing 1500 feet. And thrust climb, climb. And now we're just intercepting that radio from the KTS VOR which we briefed. Aircraft doing a great job of doing that, of course. Means I don't have to do it. Eliana says, yeah, except you can't trust the windsocks to be correctly placed on the scenery. Well, certainly not correctly placed. Well, let's give them a bit of air. Certainly not correctly placed. And I have seen windsocks actually blowing in 2 opposing directions, which you wouldn't ever get in real life. Okay, we're past S-speed, let's accelerate away, get the other pack on. Yes, I know it's off. Just leaving it. Oh, nav discrepancy, okay, that's the barrow because they're not linked. I'll link those up a little bit later on. I mean, this still looks better than FSX, right? Even though it's probably not a place where they've got the best satellite imagery. Hey Ryan, I'm very well, thank you, hope you are too. You join us as we just depart on a 3.5 hour flight up to Estonia. Okay, no ATC around, let's just clear ourselves up. Let's go flight level 250, so we're obviously now climbing nav 250 blue. And ding the cabin crew. They've got a lot of work to do on today's flight. I know you're all hungry. I'm hungry too actually, I've got a sausage roll knocking about somewhere. Hopefully in the fridge. Ryan, a few days ago you were out and about, you saw a number plate A320 jet. Must be a pilot. Oh, yeah, yeah. It'll be HD. You've found him. Okay, so spoilers, flaps, gear. Let's get the lights off. Don't need those. Aviation, of course I will be using version 1 when it comes out. Sorry, version 2. Version 2.
Continue to climb to our cruising altitude. You may now use your electronic devices. Rechargeable battery packs are also available to purchase from our cabin crew. You can also ask them about joining our frequent flyers and becoming a channel member. Thank you.
I really do like flying over different parts of the world. Places we've never been before. I've never been here before in real life. I've certainly never been here before in the simulator. There's another airport down there. Where's that? Is it bigger than the one we've just departed from? Oh, actually, it doesn't look that much bigger, does it? Right. Well, let's get strapped in for a decent length flight. We'd call this mid-haul, I would imagine. I'd say I'm going to be trying the new ATR today. Still undecided with that, I'd say. Obviously after today's stream I will probably not be streaming this evening. Right, so past 10,000 feet. 360 is going to be fine. Let's go up.
Copy Denari, traffic, super positive for us,
360 blue. And cost index 0. I'll clear the RadNav page out. Second flight plan, we'll copy the active. Very good, on his way. William says, something you've come to learn from flying around in Microsoft Flight Simulator is how much of the world is not populated. That's true. Shadow Dancer says, and how little is left to itself at the same time. Yeah, the world is dealing with overpopulation, but you just look at all this space. I mean, there's fields down there. The fields, someone must be growing stuff in them. But it's these fields that feed the world. Sound like Band-Aid.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign. The toilets are now available for use and you are free to stretch your legs in the cabin. We do, however, recommend that whenever you are in your seat, that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times. This is in case of unexpected turbulence. Our cabin crew will be along shortly. Please contact them if you have any questions or require assistance. Thank you.
Andrew says, I've just beat him to it. He was going to say, Feed the World sounds like a great song title. Yeah. I was a few years too late to come up with that one. Rich, is it normal procedure to change the cost index? It's normal procedure in the airline SOPs that I follow, yes. But not all airlines do that. Pedro, well, I'll be making a 14-hour flight when the A320, the A380 from Fly-by-Wire comes out. Not unless I want to get a divorce. And that sounds expensive in itself. Well, a random part of the world, we've still got cruise liners and a shipping port down there that seems to be populated. does raise an interesting topic, that though, Pedro. I mean, those of you in the chat now, if your wives or partners or whatever just sort of said, right, I'm going away for a week, have fun, do what you want, how much of you would just spend time completing long-haul flights? Kingy, do you notice flying around Europe, the more south you go from England and Germany, etc., the better FPS gets? I would imagine that is probably something to do, Kingy, with the fact that they've had world updates, so the scenery is a lot more detailed. Christian says, gift my wife a spa day or something. Yeah, but you can't take the kids with her, Christian. That's the problem. Elliot says he'd be sat in his pants on the sim the whole time. Well, at least you'd be wearing pants, I guess. Andrew, your wife is a gamer, so she's used to it. Fantastic. Fruitbat, you do that whether the missus is in or not. And you don't get any scowls? Amazing. Simon says, mine is away in 3 weeks. For a week! You've booked a few days off work as well to play flights. See, Simon, I can already hear in a sort of stereotypical way a wife saying, well, hang on, you're booking time off from work to spend time on your own, rather than booking time off in the future to spend time with me, using your annual day's leaves up. You have an understanding wife, Simon. Christian, gift my kids a day at grandparents. Not sure the grandparents offer those gifts. Not for that long, anyway. Fruitbat, she's got CSI and CIS. Oh, I love CSI, the original one. I quite liked Miami as well. You all used to watch that? CSI Miami. CSI... I never got into CSI New York. I never got into that one. It's not to say it wasn't any good. And it had Gary Sins in it, didn't it? Sinnes, however you pronounce his name. The only downside to this flight, I'm guessing there probably won't be air traffic control on it. Good job Andrew's not here. But then again, we had an 8-hour flight last week where we didn't have air traffic control for sort of a 6-hour oceanic crossing, and that didn't bother us, did it? Rushik, yeah, that is my real name. Aviation fun, I could just send the setup to Germany. I can't afford that. I wouldn't want to risk that either. Okay, I see a nice direct coming up. Direct Binol. Cut a bit of time off. Keeps me out of Nick's way as well. Elliot, your partner, isn't really a gamer, but she's slowly coming around to the idea of letting me teach them a few things on the sim. Baby steps. Hey Ace, good to see you. Cybex sim update. It's not sim update, is it? It's world update. It's world update that's coming out today, I think. Is it world update? I'm confused now. Yeah, it is world update, isn't it? I think World Update is coming out at 1500 Zulu time today. So that's what? That's in about 4 hours. Something like that. Kinsyth, no, it's not recorded, it's live. Pedro, how did my passion for aviation get started? I have no idea. How does anyone's passion for aviation get started? I think it's just as a kid, you like watching planes and thinking, how do they fly? That's not possible, is it? And it just went from there, I think. DarkFury is World Update 13 and the ATR as well. Yeah, the ATR should drop today too. Christian says today's a World Update. Missed that. Is it Oceania? That kind of area today. That'll be interesting to see. I haven't got space on the hard drive for a load more scenery. Shadow Dancer says it's Polynesia and Hawaii. Well, that's another A330 stream right there, isn't it? Hawaiian Airlines, LAX to Hawaii. When should we do that? Chris Hogg says you fly every single day. Chris, and the main thing is as well, the world is such a big place. There is so much to explore. There really is. Matt Vale says his passion started as a kid when his friend took him for a flight in a DH Dragon Rapid, and we watched the Red Arrows land in front of us before takeoff, and you were hooked from then on. I mean, yeah, that'd do it. That sounds mightily impressive. Richard, can I fly a 777? No. Not well, anyway. Cybeck, you also get our Antarctica scenery as well. Is that Antarctica? Are they getting an update today as well? How many people are going to fly there? Christian says he'd love to fly 777 in Microsoft Flight Simulator, however, there is none. No. Was there was a 777 in the last Microsoft Flight Simulator? Well, didn't FSX have one? I think FSX had one. Shadow Dancer, are you sure there's none? Yeah, there is. But we'll not mention it. Elliot says his passion for aviation started seeing the Shorts 360 leaving Exeter. Daily flights and then playing Flight Sim 5 on a friend's family PC. No idea where we're flying over. Shall we have a look? I wonder how popular this route is in real life. Oh, we're flying over Sochi. Excellent. That's where the Winter Olympics... Was it the Winter Olympics were held down there? Yeah, so Sochi is in front of us. King of Hammer fan in JSX. I like it just for the pushback feature alone. I think that is great. Pedro, since you started flying the simulator, you always wondered, what does the crank mode on the engine mode selector do? So crank mode is mainly used by engineers, and it's to get out any unburnt fuel, unburnt oil, and the like. It's not something that's used in day-to-day flying, and I don't think it would be simulated either. Pedro says you used to have F1 at Sochi before the war. Oh, did you? I don't follow F1 at all, really. I can probably name you a couple of drivers, but that's about it. Right, a couple of thousand feet to go, then we'll be at top of cruise. Aviation Fun, I think you've done very well to get hooked at 6 months old. I can't remember what I did 6 minutes ago, let alone when I was 6 months old. Oh, that looks beautiful. Can you imagine walking or driving up there? If you can drive it. I do remember being 4 years old and my parents taking me on an aircraft on holiday to Palma. I can remember that still. Maybe that's when it all started somehow in the back of my mind. I mean, I'd say that looks fairly detailed down there, wouldn't you? We're obviously very high up, coming up to, what are we on today? 35,000 feet? 37? Either way, that looks very nice. Bit of a beach as well. Yeah, holiday destination down there. We might have just discovered the next big holiday venue. Right, top of climb is approaching. Just in time as well to do a fuel check. So we'll sort that out in a moment. Mac Alt Star. Leanna says Sochi is the Marbella. Marbella of the Black Sea. Wow, do they have that on the tourism posters? Good morning, Anthony. How are you? How are you doing? Right, we're at Alt Cruise, and job done. So it looks like we're going to get in at just before 14:30, looking at that. Hey Lucas, good to see you. Right, let's just check the SD pages, make sure they're all behaving themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit once again, just to let you know, we've reached our cruise level for today's flight. We're not anticipating any delays, so we should have you at your destination on time as planned. As the cabin crew make their way around the aircraft, you make sure they are clear of any items. So you may sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Is everyone happy enough with the temperatures? 24 and 25.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your trip.
Yeah, that's fine. And what we got there, 8, it's 9, 10 and a half. So fuel's good. We'll do a fuel check then as we're coming up to Binol. Let's have a quick look at that. Elliot, enjoy your tea, mate. Standard tea. Nick grabbing a jam and toast tea for the journey. I mean, the journey's that long. You could probably drink a little bit and then sober up before we get there. Anthony, are you excited for the A320? It's not an aircraft. I think I've said this before on stream. It's not an aircraft I know that much about, to be completely honest with you. I know it's an Airbus, but it's not really, is it? William, you're going for coffee this morning. Fantastic. And now Nick is getting the gin to follow down. Yeah, tea and gin. What a way to go. Aviation fun, enjoy your cup of tea. Right, so what extra fuel did we take? We took 10.5, which is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's about a ton extra, actually.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your trip.
So that would mean we've just passed Binol. So we should have about 7.4, sorry, 8.4 tons of fuel on board. And we've got 8.6, that's a little shortcut. So that's working well for us. Big purple engines again. William says his wife is making him a bacon and egg sandwich. Wow. My wife's not in. That's why we're doing a longish flight today. Kids aren't in either. Awesome. Fruitbat says he's patiently waiting for an Airbus A350 and a Vulcan so he can annoy VATSIM controllers. I'd love an Airbus 350. I really would. But I'll take the 380. As and when. I've got some gorgeous views on this flight. Aviation fun, you finally got the Thrustmaster the other day. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Jordan, what do we think of the price of the ATAR is going to be? Yeah, 20, 30, something like that. 20, £25. What? How much was the Antonov? Just out of interest, I can't remember. I didn't care, I bought it anyway. Hey, good morning, Migs. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. So I'm spoiling us with the views today. They are nice. Random part of the world that I've never flown in before, but it does looks very beautiful. Got a bit of a coastline as well down there. It's nice to see clouds, just because it's confirmation that real world weather is indeed working. DarkFury was the Antonov, £20. Jordan says it was 16 or something like that. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot. And the thing for me was, well, it's going towards the Antonov company, so it was a bit of a no-brainer. Love that aircraft. I'd have bought it even if I'd never flown it, just to support them. We should probably maybe fly it again. We did it on the day it came out, didn't we? We bought that and did a stream on it. So, as I recall, the landing wasn't that successful. Barney asks, anyone know why the Fenix is heavy when hand flying and unresponsive using the Thrustmaster sightseeing? Really? I've not had that issue, Barney. I'm not quite sure what that is. Aviation Fun, I'm on just... I've got two 24-inch monitors, one for the sim, one for the streaming setup. I do keep thinking I'd like to get a bigger monitor, but space is at a premium. Manic Mammoth, you live near Farnborough, so for years of watching air shows, but recently, of course, they stopped due to the repercussions of the Shoreham disaster. Yes, very sad, remember that. The Red Arrows just do a fly now. A flyby. Anthony, do I think the Aerosoft A330 will be any good, or will it be buggy like the CRJ series was? I'm hoping not. I'm really looking forward to the Aerosoft A330 coming out. Hey, David Loxley, we are a Wizz Air aircraft today, and that's because of this route, which was selected by channel member DarkFury, and this is a real-world route. I got a bit of time today, so I've gone for a longer route as well. So, looking forward to that. And of course, the Tallinn scenery which DarkFury has picked for us, that came out not that long ago, did it? So that's pretty new as well. Yeah, okay, Dark, you chose the destination. You didn't choose the departure airport. I mean, if people want to choose a departure airport instead of a destination when you spend your Easyjet points to pick a destination, that's fine by me. The only problem with this wing view, I find, is it's a bit loud. How busy is our flight today? Can we go and find a quieter seat somewhere? somewhere near the back. Well, that's quieter. Oh my god. I haven't been on a Wizz Air aircraft. Is that really the colour of the cabin? I really hope it is. Can I go behind the curtain? Oh no, I can't get any further. Oh, that's better. I think I prefer that. I'm going to save that view instead. Kevin says you don't want to ever go on a Wizz Air flight. It's probably the worst you've ever experienced. Oh no, Kevin, why is that? Was it just because something was cancelled, or was it service or something?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beers, wines, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
Oh, I could quite happily sit here and watch this view for a while. I do need to get some en-route fuels though. I mean, we're flying Wizz Air, the aircraft could break any second. Aviation fun, I don't use transitions in this stream, apart from right at the very start, so it wouldn't, probably wouldn't work, but thank you anyway. Kevin says delayed a little, no help from the gate staff, and the onboard service is quite poor. Oh, that's never good. Hey, Happy Pepak on Twitch. Good morning to you. Hope you are well. Jordan's grabbing gin because it's 5 PM somewhere. Yeah, but Jordan, is it 5 PM where you are? Ferris, you're now doing Gatwick to Palma with EasyJet. That's a nice flight. We need to do an Ibiza flight. Party flight. And then divert somewhere because of an angry passenger. Right, let's have a look at some en route weathers. I've no idea where we are, so see what we've got. I thought the pressure bug was bugged then because it looked a very, very bright colour compared to the rest, but it's not. The sun's just shining on it. How awesome is that? I wonder if you put that up, does it block it? Nah, no. What about that one? Nah. To be fair though, it's probably shining behind that and through the gap. Oh, never mind. Let's put the tablet back. Pedro, I need to try and land at Fungiera with some bad weather sometime. The thing is, Pedro, when the weather's bad, you're not allowed to land there, so it's not really realistic for that. There are wind limitations. Okay, so oh god, where can we get in? Let's have a quick look and see. So I don't know this part of the world at all. So as for what airports we can expect. Uniform Romeo Romeo Papa looks like it's got a runway big enough, I think. Yeah, 3,600 meters. So we'll check that out. That's the one just up here. Let's do a weather request. Let's get out of there. Wizz Air Ops. 11 minutes late. Congratulations, you weren't 30. What's the code? Uniform Romeo Romeo. Pop up. Send that off. Where else? Just have a look at the flight route to see. We've obviously just passed Sochi. Uniform, Oscar. Has that got a big enough runway? Just. I don't know where these places are. I'm literally just picking them off a map. In case something breaks and we need to go somewhere. Okay, I'll just check both of these then. So, weather data for Voronezh International Airport. Wind is 0203 miles per hour. That's fine. 8 kilometers visibility, light rain, overcast 800 feet. And QFE 741. Don't use that. But, yeah, okay, that's workable. And Rostov-on-Don Platov International Airport. The weather is 2704 miles per hour. That's fine as well. Few scattered cumulonimbus clouds. Nothing else significant there, so yeah, both of those wide open. PMC Reader says, why have we just requested weather for Rostov-on-Don? The airport's been closed since February 12th. Oh, has it? No, we'll not go there then. How is it still transmitting a METAR then if it's closed? Is Taganrog Yuzhny Airport still operational then? This is where local knowledge comes into play, and well, I have none around here. Aviation Fund, you can send things via on Discord, just like images and things. Fruitbat Aeroflot Stansted to Moscow was the worst flight he's ever been on. Harder landing than Ryanair as well. Ouch. Russian, is there some application or something that you can get to simulate having an airline and being fuel efficient, such like that? There's a few, I think. Is it? I'm sure the chat will help me out here. But things like Pilot's Life, Air Hauler, they do things like that. Does anyone remember FS Passengers? Hey, Anthony's and Jordan says so. For this world update, I just need to copy my community folder onto the desktop and then drop it back in afterwards. What I tend to do, Jordan, now is because you know, community folder is pretty massive, so instead of just moving it, I just rename it community folder backup or something, and then create a blank community folder where it should be. Seems to do the trick. Read out all airports that are close to the border was closed. Even Sochi's is still alive. Fair enough. I mean, I'm hoping we're not going to need any of them. Jack Connors, ATR should be out at around 3 PM Zulu time today, 1500 hours. Faraz, what is the max altitude you can reach with the A320-200? Oh, 39,800 feet, I think, was its max service altitude. Why you'd want to go up to quite that high, I'm not sure. Sean Belton says there's a new app called New Sky. I've not seen that one. That looks idyllic, doesn't it? You can see why this part of the world really does grow food for the world. There's nothing down there except fields and fields and fields. And it's thanks to those guys that we get things like bread and grain and flour in Asda and Morrison's, Tesco's, Walmart, Aldi, Lidl. Other supermarkets are available. Aviation fun, thanks. I'll check that out at some point. Is FS Passenger still alive, Barney? I don't know if it is or not. Elliot says the Sky Park is also good. I don't know that one either. I don't use any software like that to you know, monitor track flights and things. I like having the freedom. Anthony, have I thought about getting a add-on linker or something like that so you can just turn add-ons on and off at will? I thought about it when I got a hard drive, but then when I got an SSD, I thought, well, do you know what, it runs pretty fine, and rather than swapping things in and out and turning things on and off, I just leave everything in there, and, you know, performance doesn't seem to be affected. Oh, Barney says it's been dead for years now. That's a shame. I do remember it. Having to build your way up with the money you got, starting off with like a Poxy Cessna or something, caravan. Faraz, your A320 says you've reached your maximum altitude, but you're at flight level 270. You may be heavy, or you might not have autopilot on, or your flaps might be out, or your gear may be down. William says FS Economy is good and very active. Fair enough. And of course there are endless virtual airlines now as well, which I've never looked into. I don't know how they work or how you get involved with those. I think just having the freedom to do the flights you want is a big plus for me, particularly when we're streaming and we want to check something out, or a channel member suggests you go and fly somewhere strange. Anthony says On Air is also good and still very active. I've heard of On Air, Anthony, yeah. So Russian, hopefully there's some suggestions for you there, mate. You can check those out. Hey, P.S. Randy, hope you're doing well, mate, on Twitch. What would be nice if we could speed up the little segment as we're going across the Ukraine, you know, so we're cheating today and going through airspace which is actually closed. It's probably all in the NOTAMs. But that's purely because I just didn't have time to do the full rerouting of today's flight. So we may just cut this little section off as well, go Lugat. So if we want to do that, go direct Lugat, pop a beam points in as well. There we are. Hey Willie, good to see you, mate. Are you okay? Has something happened to the street? Don't think so. Willie. What's happened to you? Hey Sarkotek, how you doing, Sarkotek? Not seen you for a while, mate. Hope you're well. Willie misunderstood. That's fine. No, I mean, to be fair to Navigraph, you know, Navigraph and Simbrief, they actually did route us the long way around to avoid this airspace, but I was just like, I just don't have time for that. SWK, all good in first class, that's great. Hey, Simon Randy says, never mind, everything's working for him as well. Fantastic. Welcome, guys, on Twitch. Good to see you guys there as well. Elliot says you need to eat before work this afternoon. You've sat here since the start like a slob. Elliot, that's not... What you need to do is you need to get some cabin service. You need a nice cup of tea, feet up, pop us on the big screen, and enjoy. Willie says just engage stealth mode. Miska, thank you for subscribing. Good to have you on board today. Regs, you're watching from Boston. Regs, fantastic. Good early start for you this morning, Rex. Now, can we get any higher? That would obviously save a bit of time as well. If I have a look at our performance, we've got we're at 3.6. Could we go 3.8? Technically, yes, we could. Might just let that climb a little bit, then we'll get up to 3.8. And it is, I think, World Update 13 is expected at around 1500 Zulu time. So obviously local time, that'll change depending on where you are in the world. So it looks like below us are all those isolated embedded cumulonimbus clouds which we briefed in the cruise. We knew we were going to be able to get above them today. Thankfully that is indeed the case. This is where the weather radar would be fantastic. Check out the things you want to avoid. Elliot says you're looking forward to the ATR printing out checklists at work later to bring them home with me. It'll be interesting as well, Elliot, to see what sort of checklists and documentation come with the ATR. Do we know if it's going to have a tablet or EFB or something like that? Rex, I only fly the A320. I usually only fly Airbus, just because that's basically what I've been taught to fly. So we can do those. So the A320, the A330 as well. Looking forward, of course, to the A380 when that gets released. Jordan, it will have an EFB. Excellent. Probably some documentation in that then, I would presume. I did like the way you could run the checklist for the Antonov, because that was insane, and the way it highlighted stuff. You know, you could turn on the AI assist so it would show you where all the things were, because I mean that thing's just got a gazillion switches and dials and things, so trying to work that out with someone highlighting the correct switch for you, I'd still be there now trying to get it off the ground. Someone's actually brought out some good freeware scenery for the airport as well, haven't they? Where it was housed. So we might be able to take it home one day. I think there's a bit of a rainbow just there. Might be a bit of rain. Adria, hey mate, how you doing? Hope you're well. That is awesome. Thank you so much for your $5 tip. Says we're having a 24-hour event starting at 1300 Zul on the 28th of April, ending at 1300 Zul on the 29th of April. Come visit us. Is that a weekend, Vat Adria? If it's a weekend, I won't be able to do it. I just well, maybe in the evenings. It depends. But if it's a weekend, that's usually when I struggle to get on. But of course, everyone else will absolutely love that. So thank you for supporting us. And yeah, guys, it's one of the most gorgeous parts of Europe to go and fly. So definitely go and check that out. Liana, your cloud line spotting. Shall I change the view? There. Check those cloud lines out instead. DZC, that's this weekend. Is that this weekend? Oh, it will be, won't it? Ah, right. Oh, well, if I can get an evening streaming, I will do my best. But sadly, I don't think I'm going to be around to do that. Jordan says, looking forward to learning the ATR, learning the Phoenix fly-by-wire though through this channel was great. Every day is a school day, Jordan. Quite right too. Quite right. Barry says, prefer the Dash 8, but it will be good to have a proper airliner in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so you don't need to fly an X-plane all the time. I know you like the Dash 8, Barry. I know that's been a big one for you, hasn't it? Tom, ATR should release at about 1500 Zulu, so in about 3 hours. DarkFury says it's time to open the Galaxy chocolate digestives. DZC says we also have a Wizz Air Wizz operations event from Bratislava to Skop on Monday. That's where we flew yesterday, isn't it? We landed there yesterday, which was very scenic. That is quite a small airport though, so that could be interesting. Elliot, the sim needs a decent Q400. I know so many people love that because of the one that was in FSX for so long. Was it in X-Plane as well? Was it Majestic -8? I had that. Could never land the damn thing properly. It always bounced down the runway. It was impossible to do a soft landing. But I think that was actually quite true to life. Elliot says Majestic aren't interested in carrying their product over for whatever reason. I personally, they can do what they want, but I think that is a mistake, Elliot. I think they would absolutely clean up if they brought that, because they had such a massive following on FSX. Most of FSX users now have moved over to Microsoft Flight Simulator, so it'd be a license to print money. I think they get so many sales out of that. And P3D, yeah, because they had it for P3D as well. Yeah. Yeah, I really think they'd do very well out of that. Right, so with the extra fuel that we've saved, I'm now going to just speed up a little bit and push for Mach 80. Get us across this closed airspace faster than we were planned. Farage, you think Dubai Airport will be very busy when the A38? Yeah, of course it will. As much as I would love to stream flying into Dubai when that comes out, I think that might be an airport to avoid. We might have to do something else instead. We might do British Airways, but that would be a long flight because I think they take that to LAX from Heathrow. Hey Mike, I've not done real life, I've not been flying in real life for years now. When was the last time I went up? Probably a good... yeah, I think the last time I was in a real aircraft was about 6 months ago. Anthony says off to bed now. Enjoy the rest of the stream and the rest of the day. And thank you for being here. Great to see you again on stream. Randy, any use from self-loading cargo? I doubt it. Liana says that would be a good day to take your Cessna to Dubai. Yeah. Caution, wake turbulence. DarkFury says Emirates flight Dublin to Manchester when the A380 comes out. that would be such a waste of fuel. All the rain down there. Which actually, that ties in with the metal that we requested a little bit earlier, didn't it? Did say it was raining. It's a fluffy white cloud cumulus kind of day, isn't it? Looking at this. Cumulus clouds and towering cumulus clouds, they and cumulus build-ups, cumulus congests I think is the official name, they were the kind of clouds that in previous flight simulators used to really make your FPS suffer. Doesn't seem to do that in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's the high level cirrus cloud that does it now. Barry says they've confirmed in November last year that they are going to carry it over. Wow, really? They did, however, mention that the complete code for all the systems will have to be rewritten, so no timeline given. I think the day that comes out, they will they'll clean up. I can imagine lots of people getting that. Lots of people are sort of loyal to that majestic Dash Q400, that Dash 8 Q400. It's such a shame though, particularly here in the UK, when Flybe stopped, because Flybe were almost exclusively the Dash 8s, weren't they? So doing Flybe ops from sort of Southampton Airport to Manchester and zipping around the UK, getting onto all the smaller airports was really good. DarkFury, anyone heard about the Quality Wings 787? No? Is someone making a Payware 787 Dreamliner for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Mike Wright says it's raining in Perth at the moment. His wife is on Air Asia from Bali right now. Needless to say, you've just flown the same flight Microsoft Flight Simulator and beat her home. Of course, Mike. That is what we do. If we've got friends and family who are doing a flight, we want to replicate it. I used to do it all the time when I was a kid and my parents went away. Used to love that. You know, in sort of like your late teens when you're not going on holiday with your parents anymore and they're off abroad. Excellent. I'm going to replicate this. And then the friends are coming over. I was never sober enough to do the return flight. What's the Dreamliner that performs the world's longest flight at the moment? I don't know if it's the world's longest flight, but the one from Perth to is it Perth to Heathrow? Which Dreamliner variant is that? Can you imagine streaming that? You'd need a few breaks. It's about a 23-hour flight or something daft, isn't it? Elliot says one of the best jobs he ever had was at Exeter, working non-technical on the BE-146s and Q400s. With Matt Veal, fell in love with both of those. They're great aircraft, they really are. Mike says Qantas 9, Qantas 10, 787-900s, he thinks. What's the Dreamliner that's in Microsoft Flight Simulator by default? Obviously there's the mods for it as well, isn't there? Which variant is that? I've not checked it out, I don't know it. Tony says Singapore to JFK is the longest, he thought. I'm not sure, Tony, either way. Australia to England sounds like a blooming long flight to me. Singapore to JFK doesn't sound that long in your head, but you forget there's all the Pacific Ocean there, and then you've got to almost do that again as you fly across America. DarkFury's 787-10, is that the one in Microsoft Flight Simulator? Is that the one that... Could it do it? Could the one in Microsoft Flight Simulator make that trip? KMS, the update for Microsoft Flight Simulator is planned for today in about 3 hours. Hey, Ant Track, good afternoon. So we've sped up, we're going to have to do a fuel check in a bit and make sure that we're not burning too much. So we should basically be looking to land about an hour before that update drops. Tony, Singapore JFK is 18 hours 50 minutes. I thought Australia to Heathrow was about 22 hours. Legend DarkFury says it can make that trip. So the 787 Dreamliner that's in Microsoft Flight Simulator can make that trip and has used the heavy division mod with the 787 to make it better. Have you tried it, Dark? Have you set it off, gone to bed and seen if it's still there the next day? Scotty! Hey, Scotty2 says, have I thought about replicating a real flight in real time and tracking on flight radar to compare and contrast? FlightAware has the US flight plan, so you copy them exactly. We have done something very similar in the past, Scotty, where we've sort of done a live flight almost in live time. Elliot says he's pleased he's just managed to get his sim performance back on top form after a few small issues. It'll probably all get undone after this update though. Oh god, I hope not. I mean, technically this shouldn't do anything to the simulator. This is just a world update. Mike says he's done Singapore JFK. They use an A320 ultra long range. Most of the plane is business class with a few premium and economy at the back. You did premium and economy and didn't find it too bad. You've done it in real life. Yeah, I thought, Mike, you've gone into a little bit too much detail there to say you've just done that in the simulator. I'm guessing our cabin here does not have premium economy. It only just has economy. Jordan, that is a good shout. Always check your... I'd screenshot my graphics settings before an update, to be honest now. I once discovered that I was flying everything on Ultra, and I was in DirectX 12. I had no idea. Strangely enough, it didn't affect performance too much, but there were just one or two little niggles. Right, come on. Can we get higher yet? I'm burning lots of fuel. Okay, yeah, we can probably do that. So let's go 38. So let's climb up and climb 380 blue. Up we go. Scotty2 says he's approaching 200 hours since he bought Microsoft Flight Simulator and no crash to desktops. I mean, you're doing well there, Scotty. Very, very different in X-Plane 11. Yeah, I bet you've got 4,000 hours and no crash to desktops. So we've got a 43 knot tailwind at the moment, which is nice. Let's see if we can get a better one higher up. Should we have a look? Oh, first officer's just decided to do some barking. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, that's impressive. Hermes has just delivered on time. It's not Hermes anymore, actually, is it? They've changed to Every, I think it is now. Every. Elliot says his first officer is sat in the window sunbathing. Hey, Penvalve de Verf, you alright, mate? That's a sad face. So let's just do a wind check. We are just approaching Edugo at the moment. Alright, let's check the winds out. I want to make use of a tailwind if we can, get there a bit quicker. God, this is a long route. Right, where are we? Ah, there we are. So, I do go. So, winds 179 at 32, and that's at 40,000 feet. 36 at 38, 37 at 36. Not much difference in them, to be honest. Not much difference at all. In fact, we might have got slightly more of a tailwind a little bit lower down. It's more efficient up here though. We'll stay where we are then for now. 380, might drop down a little bit later on. Mike, you'd like to see me in a 737 sometime. Well, I do fly a... I do go to our flight school, which has got the 737 full-size simulator. And practice on there before I live stream it on here. Jordan says, every bring it on time without adjusting the time slot 4 times during the day. I knew this was going to get a reaction. I never use them to send anything. Leanna says you're disappointed in the lack of failures. They are turned on, I promise. I'm going to double check, but I promise you they are. Let me just check that. Yeah, look, they're set to high. They are set to high. They're not in the Easyjet aircraft, they're set to realistic, but those we're flying Wizz Air will set them to high. Because why not? DarkFury, I couldn't set it to all failures today, mate, because you want to go to Tallinn, and we might not get to Tallinn if an engine blows up. So I thought we'd just set it to minor failures, meaning that, yeah, I mean, minor failures, depending on what they are, still might mean you've got to divert somewhere. But I thought we'd just reduce that risk for you. Tony, the ultimate challenge for me would be to take the PMDG 737 in Ryanair livery from Stansted to Dublin. I think it'd be worse if we took it to Luton, Tony. You know, that's EasyJet's home base. Really take the mick. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Yeah, but DarkFury picked this destination specifically, so I wouldn't want to disappoint him. I had a great chat with my 8-year-old yesterday. We were watching a video. So there's YouTube channels which show live air traffic control communications of emergency incidents. So there was an aircraft the other day we were watching with an engine who had an engine failure, and you could see the radar track and listen to ATC comms and as it sort of circled and landed back around. And my 8-year-old said, so all those people that were on that plane, says they've taken off and landed like 10 minutes later. I'm like, yeah, so they're all fine. I went, so is that it? Do they have to pay again now if they want to go again to where they've paid to go? I'm like, no mate, I hope not. I don't think any airlines are that bad. Engine blew up, so sorry, you're gonna have to pay again. Barry, have we ever learnt why this particular destination was chosen? Barry, you'd have to ask DarkFury, he picked it. I mean, it's got to be better than his last one, hasn't it? Right, so let's have a look at our Easyjet Sim Pilot Easy Points. At the top of the board, we'we've got Eastbird. Number 2 is Mark. Elliot is at number 3. Peter has slipped down to 4th place. Nick, you're creeping up. You're in 5th. Soren is 6th. 7 is Ginger Ninja. 8 is Otto. And number 9 is our legend DarkFury. And Mig's also now in the top 10 as well at 10th place. That board has changed a lot over the last week. I think Dark, you could be a lot higher obviously, but you quite rightly spend your sim points on visiting the flight deck, being our VIP passenger, and selecting places. So good for you. DarkFury, you wanted to go to oh, go on, where's that? ENSB. But the airport was rubbish, so you chose this, as we've not been here before, and we've got new scenery as well. Quite right. Which I hope I've got installed. I think I have. I love seeing things like this. So we've obviously just got blanket cloud cover. Slavard, thank you, Dark. We've obviously got blanket cloud cover, but we've got the towering cumulus clouds just poking through, which is really good and realistic. Hey Anton, if you have multiple ILS approaches for ones like X, Y, Z, which one do you choose and why? If you have got the charts, it will become clear, Cuss. In Germany, for example, X might come from the south, Y might be a straight-in approach, and Zulu might be from the north. However, that's just Germany. Other countries have X, Y, Z, etc. approaches. However, the approach is exactly the same, but the go-around is different. So a go-around may be based upon a VOR, and if that VOR is unserviceable, they'll have a backup go-around procedure, which might be the different ILS approach. So yeah, that's essentially what that's all about. I don't think we've got lots of different arrivals today. No, we've just got the one, which looks incredibly straightforward, which is good. Nothing daft. Leanna, Zulu is usually the preferred one, yes. As I say, there's some quirks to that. Germany, for example, are a little bit different. But yeah. Zulu is the one you'd usually go for. And Asher Win on Twitch says exactly the same thing, yeah.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your drink.
Elliot says he's made the top 3 today, so happy camper all around. How long have we been airborne for then? We'll have to do another fuel check in a bit. Now, what I might do is, how do I say this without YouTube quoting me? We might just do a little direct in a bit. I'm not going to go direct to this waypoint because I don't want to say it out loud. Bugor, I think, is perhaps the correct pronunciation. Definitely another Chica direct, Nick. We like them. Barry says he's going to pick Sierra Papa Juliet Lima as a destination one day. Airport, either with 1 runway, a VOR approach, and an airport elevation of 12,500 feet. Now, Barry, yeah, the only problem with that is the airlines have had their aircraft specially modified to fly at those altitudes. I think the default altitude for the A320 max landing altitude is 9,800 feet. So anything close to that, you know, would be fine with the Fenix, but I'm not sure about. I don't think it's got the special Avianca mod on there. Faraz says, no, I just wanted to press Alt 4 for the custom view and pressed Alt F4. Dope. Mike says, reminds me of having to say Kilo Oscar Kilo on VATSIM in Brussels. Yeah.
I hope you enjoy your trip.
There are some things you don't want to say out loud, aren't there? So something you can try as well with the loyalty cloud bot. Nick, I'm going to nominate Nick for this, so we don't get everyone doing it. But Nick, if you type in the exclamation mark and then top hours, it should display a list of the top users based on the amount of hours they've been around. So if you just want to try that, Nick, exclamation mark and then top hours, all one word. See if that works. Oh wow, there we go. I love how the Nightbot's at #1. However then, so top hours, we've got, let's ignore #1, shall we? In order, it's DarkFury, then Christian, then Eastbirds, J-Hog is on there, Mark is there as well, Nick #7, 8 is Liana, and 9 is Sean, with 10 is Barry. So that's the that's in hours, the amount of hours you guys have spent watching the streams. That is awesome, guys. Amazing support there. Fantastic. There's also a command to start a heist. What on earth is that? I have no idea what that is. Sounds like I'm going to be hijacked. Amtrak Cotton Landscape. Yeah, it's been like that for a while now. DarkFury, that command's been disabled. Well, you see, Elliot. So Elliot says he'd like to gift points, but I think only the mods can do that. Well, they can't at the moment, Elliot, because just to make sure everything stays good and fair, and we don't gift points to people who just want to break my aircraft, that has been disabled. I didn't want Eastbirds coming in and just wrecking my aircraft with failure after failure. Yes, Mirandy, mate, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Good to see you. Barry says the points are not. Yeah, so Barry, we I spoke to Streamlabs about this, and they said it's just the way it works and coded in. They can't change it, I'm afraid. I mean, that's the response you get, but whether they can do anything about it, I'm not entirely sure. Ace, there is a METAR command that can be set up somewhere. I'm not quite sure how to do that. That would be quite useful. Jordan says, who cares about points? He's got to stop gambling. He's lost 2,000. Do you know how many cups of tea you've just lost, Jordan? Jordan, enjoy your gin. The more you drink, the more likely you are to gamble. That's what the hotels hope for, isn't it? Okay, so let's do a little cheeky direct here. We've just passed Lummel. We're going to go up to... well, if we go to Niga... no, we'll go to Makod. A little direct to... actually, no, screw it. Oniga. Oniga's good. Just find that. With the beam points, of course. And insert. Lovely. Little shortcut. It's knocked about 5 minutes off our flight, that. DarkFury, yeah, the galley. I was hoping no one would notice that. The galley has indeed been restocked. Doesn't mean you have to make use of it. Right, let's see what other airports we've got around then, because obviously if something does go wrong, we want to be able to get in somewhere.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your drink.
Doesn't look like that many airports en route, to be fair. Where's that? These are all Russian airports, of course.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your drink.
I just can't read which what that is there. Is it UUBP? Where's that? Bryansk Airport. Oh, it's got a big enough runway to get in. I don't know if it's actually open or not. Send it off, see what comes through. Mike, if I get a second, could I show you how and where you put the fixed rings for fuel checks? You got 150 mile direct from control last night. You couldn't remember how to do it. Oh, Mike, yeah, oh, I see what you mean. You mean the beam points, don't you? We've given up talking about fixed rings on this channel as the chat turns very vulgar. Right, what we got here? Scattered CBs. Yeah, okay. Wherever the airport is, it's open, so we can get in. Let me just have a look. Yeah, so if you're going to do a direct as we've just done, so you select direct to whatever waypoint you want to go direct to, and then you need to make sure you select a beam point, and then with that selected, rather than just direct to, with that selected, you can then click this one here to insert it, and then it'll sort it for you, and it will put in, or it will give you the direct, but it will also put in these beam points here. So when we're at AB Macod, a beam Tallinn, a beam Ubona, then that is essentially where you can do your fuel check if you need to for that waypoint. That's how that works. I think my stomach may be rumbling. We might need to get some. Food. Bit of high-level cloud creeping in as well. Hey, Lemolf, what livery are we in today? That one. We're in the purple today. I mean, it's not actually a bad livery, is it, on the face of it? Could be worse. There are definitely worse liveries around. Kevin said it could have a harp on the tail. Ace, yeah, let me know how to configure the metal. We'll get that done. Tony, is this to remind the passengers who they're flying with? Absolutely. Just in case they can't remember. Is the front of the engine nacelle not pink in the real aircraft? Is it just half pink? Seems like they ran out of paint. Well, that one's fully painted. That one's not. Hang on. What's the registration of this aircraft? Right, guys, here's a challenge for you. Get on Flight Radar 24 or any other site where you've got aviation pictures. See if you can find this aircraft. See if you can find this aircraft. See if that is realistic. Maybe the maintenance, they've just replaced it and not updated it. If that is true, then this livery painter has done an amazing job with details. That is incredible. That is brilliant. How awesome is that? That is really neat. Nick's just posted a link to it. Thanks, Nick. Simply Race, not the only one with a rumbling tummy, says he's stuck in a co-op truck depot. Waiting to be tipped. And brought no dinner with him. I mean, it's a co-op. Can you not just raid your load? Is it just me that's been completely amazed by the realism of that aircraft having a different engine intake on there? I think that's awesome. I think that is really, really good. Kudos to the delivery designer. So I'm just looking at this. We should be on the ground in about an hour and a half, I reckon. Lemon Wolf is Wizz Air popular in the UK. Yeah, they even have a UK branch, I think. Wizz UK. Simply Nice says he thinks he'd actually get pulled over if he helped himself to his load. His whole wine. Yeah, okay, maybe not. Richard says he's more amazed that I spotted it. I guess when you're sad enough to notice things like that, clearly you've been looking at aircraft for too long. Yeah. Cloud seems to be thinning out a bit here. That's quite nice. Hey, aviation fun. No, I've not been on Discord whilst we're flying, so that'll be done at a later time. Neil, the liveries are so good for Microsoft Flight Simulator. They are. When you've got a livery designer that puts so much into it, like our legend DarkFury, who created our Easyjet Simpilot livery, and countless others. In fact, I don't know if Dark's here, but you can pop a link in the chat, Dark, to your liveries, mate. That will give people the chance to go to browse them while we continue our flight. But he's done some amazing liveries. And yeah, when you get little details like that, the correct registration, and detail on the engine cowlings, really good. Kevin says, want the UK arm registered because of Brexit. I'm not sure about that, Kevin, to be honest. EasyJet had the Swiss and the European branch well before Brexit, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think they were around anyway. Max Shelton, thank you for following on Twitch. Good morning to you. Hope you're well. Lemon Wolf, the freeware Inverness scenery that we flew to the other day. Yeah, it's on flightsim.to. I think there was also a link on the live stream that we did as well. You can check that out. And it'll be there for you. Nick's just posted DarkFury's liveries as well onto our Twitch feed, so Twitch viewers also can take a look at that if they wish. Right, that is the airport I said we'd be able to get into if anything bad happened now. There's not that many airports around here, is it? Can you imagine if this was America? My navigation display would just be littered in pink or magenta. Hey Panda says looks so good. It does. Neil UK on Twitch. Good afternoon. Thank you for the follow. Again, though, it's not exactly a part of the world that has amazing satellite data, but it doesn't look bad, does it? Looks like some kind of main road or railway. Road, clearly. Railways don't tend to do that at junctions. Randy, the sim brief takeoff to landing time is hard to meet. Are they realistic? Do you think, Randy? Oh, hang on then. What was ours? Let me have a look. I think we departed late anyway. Let's see if I can get this up. So the scheduled time of departure was 10:50. We were 9 minutes late. Scheduled time of arrival is 14:35. Estimated time of arrival is 14:37. So no, I'd say that's pretty good actually. Followers of Jesus Christ our Lord. Oh mate, you need to go and check out a live streamer called VCHD, and I'm sure he'll be more than accommodating. Elliot, who remembers the animated grey block trains on Flight Sim 2004 ground detail? I don't remember that. I don't think I've ever seen live trains in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Did they exist? I definitely don't remember that. Notori123, when's the ATR coming out? In about 3 hours. No, 2 hours. 2.5 hours. Something like that. It's 1500 Zulu time. Aviation fun, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Well, we're over halfway now, so that's good. Definitely time for a snack, I think. So, with these gorgeous, pleasant views, yeah, too cloudy that side, I'm going to go back to the galley, grab a sausage roll, and maybe a Cadbury's cream egg. I'm on my last couple now. Yeah, I will be back in 5 or 10 minutes, guys. I'm going to make a cup of tea as well, and we should be on the ground, as I say, in about an hour and 20 minutes, I reckon. So I'll give me plenty of time to grab some food, and then we'll start looking at the arrival brief when I get back. Barry says there's a Hogwarts Express add-on for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Might have to check that out just for the fun of it. Alright guys, a huge thank you as well for being with us on our medium haul flight today. Really great to spend another day with you guys. You're all amazing. If you haven't done so already, please do hit that like button on the live stream. It helps other people to find the channel, boosts the channel's ratings on YouTube, and of course it is free, so thank you to everyone who has done that already. Yeah, give me 10 minutes. I will be back, and then you can listen to me eat on stream. Thanks guys. See you all in a little bit. Right guys, back with you. Ugh. So I've just walked out to the kitchen to grab some food and a cup of tea, etc. My cat is laid on the deck in the sunshine, curled up sleeping away, and a strange cat, which we've never seen before, has just literally sailed on by him in the garden. And the damn thing didn't even flinch an inch to get rid of him. Normally cats are awfully territorial, but not this. And our cat is the same, but not today. He just didn't even move. So, well, strange photo. I might show him when he wakes up and go, look what you missed. Flightline Whitey, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. Right, I've got to be careful here not to crunch down the microphone as we're eating, because that wouldn't sound great. Yeah, we do have both, Anna, quite right. Cat and a dog. Best friends, sometimes. Not all the time. What my cat normally does when he sees another cat is he starts singing at it. I just want to do a quick fuel check. So we're coming up to Gigis in about 3 minutes. Oh yeah, Nick, have you never heard cats singing at each other? They are quite vocal. Very vocal, in fact. And you sit there going, and it's yeah, sounds funny, but they usually do that just before launching into an attack on each other. Right, Gigis, where are you? Let's have a look. Ah, there you are. Should have about 4.5 tons in the tank. Let's see what we've got. Oh, 5.5. Brilliant. All those shortcuts working wonders. Same Day says, hello Captain, first time he's caught our stream live. Fantastic, thank you for being here. It's been a lengthy one so far, but we've been airborne for nearly 2 hours, streaming for 3, and we've probably got about an hour to go. So we're just grabbing lunch at the moment. Matt, that was a good cat impression. Well, you know, I've got to be good at something, right? Leanna says, there's someone who knows what 07 means. Do you know what? I actually don't, Leanna. I just thought it was the random way you introduced yourself. Is that a thing? You can educate me here now. Right. Sausage roll, grapes, and a Cadbury's egg. Sounds like the way to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beers, wines, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
Ah, the 07 is a salute. I see that. Now you've explained it. Yeah, that actually, if I squint, I can make that out. Excellent. Nick says, looking at his TCAS, the legend DarkFury is up to his old tricks again. I thought he was waiting for a train. Jeff L, the release time for World Update 13 is in about an hour, I think. Yeah, should be about an hour, just as we're landing. And Twerog68 is rating us with a party of 22 viewers over on Twitch. Guys, welcome. Thank you so much, Twerog, for that. I really do appreciate it. And you join us as we enter the last hour of our cruise, heading to Tallinn, sporting the beautiful Wizz Air livery today. Elliot says he loves Elite, been playing it since day one. Oh, aviation fun. I don't. American chocolate is not a patch on UK chocolate. Everyone goes mad for, well, they used to, for Hershey's over there. Twarog68, have a great day at work. Thank you for the raid once again, my friend. Scottish Pilot, hello. Welcome, guys. Right, I can hear my first officer barking. I don't think I need to move. I think it's just the cabin crew coming home. Oh, aviation fun is hot chocolate. Got you, got you. So it looks like, I mean, I cannot get my head around the size of Russia. I really can't. Which is currently where we're overflying at the moment. We're flying through some restricted airspace just because of the time constraints I've got today. But you look down, obviously it's just green. Green, 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 for as far as the eye can see. And the settlements and towns and villages over there. I mean, how do they police it on a statewide, on a nationwide template? I mean, it's just absolutely massive. I know in the United States, obviously different states have their own sort of laws and rules and things, but it's just mind-blowing how big Russia is. Mattville said when he said salute, head and arm, he thought it was some sort of red dwarf rimmer salute. Oh, red dwarf is hilarious. Best keep checking on the flight deck, make sure nothing's broken. Doesn't appear to be that case though. Everything seems to be working well. Fuel wise we're doing fine. Not burning much fuel either actually at the minute. About 2 ton an hour. Got about 2 hours endurance left on that. Mike, are there states in Russia? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just one big country, isn't it? Let's have a quick look where we are. Where the heck are we? Where's my aircraft? Oh, it's all the way over there, look. Actually, we're just passing Belarus now, so... And then we've got Latvia coming up, and then finally Estonia. Richard says there are 21 territories according to Google. Hey Chris, so we've got First Officer George, who is the dog, of course, who I'm sure you've heard several times, and we have the training captain, get it, and that is our cat Jasper. But yeah, just going back to the size of Russia, it's kind of like, you think you could just, whether you'd want to or not is a different matter of course, but you could just go to Russia and do you reckon it's just possible, because it's that vast, you could just disappear. No one would ever find you again. It's so huge. Nightbot, it's not an Easyjet flight, this one. I think you've got the wrong information, mate. Nightbot's on the wrong aircraft. Max Lightweight on Twitch says, I'm sure the KGB will find anyone. And Lee JC says, you can disappear in Russia very easily. Very true. Has anyone seen, I don't know if this is broadcast anywhere else, but for the UK viewers, has anyone seen or watched, I don't know if it was Channel 4 or Channel 5, I think it might have been Channel 4, the series Hunted, which just sounds like crazily good fun. So if you're not familiar with it, it's basically a TV program where there's a team of top investigators and MI5 agents and things, and there are contestants. I don't know if it's 12 or 15 contestants, usually in groups of 2, and they have a 24-hour head start before these agents have to track them down and catch them. And it's all done for TV, but it's great entertainment. Absolutely love it. I don't think I've seen the latest series, so something I can binge watch at some point. And they have celebrity versions as well, which is all good fun. Oh, Mark is actually on tonight. I'm going to have to go back to the beginning and watch it. Nick says, awesome program. Mark says he loves it. Lee, seen them all. Elliot says, yes, he's seen it. It infuriates him though. Because they cast some right numbers. I know, there are some, you're watching it and you're thinking, what are you doing? Don't do that. They're going to find you. What? Like, you'll see some that think, oh, I'll just nip home to see my children. Like, do you not think that is where the police would be waiting for you and monitoring your activities? So, yeah, great program. Love that program. Hey, Forrest WS says he's flying the Fenix aircraft from Gatwick to Madrid. That's a decent flight. Lovely weather in Madrid as well, 27 degrees, starting to warm up down there. Lemon Wolf, do I watch Air Crash Investigation? We had this discussion, was it yesterday? We were talking about where we could watch it, and it used to be on Disney Plus, I think, and now it's been removed from there, because that would have got me to purchase Disney Plus. Would have kept the kids very happy as well. So you just have to excuse me while I keep going silent as I shovel food into my mouth. Michael Oliver says he's been watching the MH370 documentary on Netflix. Yeah, I've seen that. Says he can't get his head around the whole thing. Oh, it's one of the biggest mysteries, isn't it? Jordan's just done a quick hop from Inverness to Manchester. Just got the freeway for Inverness. Really great for freeway scenery. It is. It's very good. I love the fact they've got the train station modelled as well. I just wish we'd got moving trains in Flight Simulator. I think that would be... I mean, we've got moving cars, so presumably it is doable. Just need to get it done at some point. Aviation Fun says the Smithsonian Aviation Channel has some episodes of Aircraft Investigation. Love that show. Just watched the British Air Tours one at Manchester, the engine fire before departure. Yes, and so that brought in a whole host of changes now. And that's why you'll hear, well, I do it myself, when we're departing, and if we've got a particularly decent wind on departure, you'll hear me say, engine 1's critical or engine 2 is critical. And that's just a reminder to let me know if we have an engine fire as we're departing, which way that wind is blowing, because you want to steer that aircraft sort of into the wind. So the if engine 1 blows up, it's critical. You've got the wind coming from the left hand side, and that means that fire is getting blown onto the cabin. So we want to turn left, get it into the wind. So it's not just not fanning the flames over the cabin, because obviously it doesn't end well. Richard says there is not seen any of it. Oh right, there's 100 Australia. Oh man, Richard, how is that even a thing? 100 Australia. I mean, here in the UK everything's CCTV, so you can find them. In Australia it's the size of Europe. How on earth do they do that? Kurt72, mate, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you are doing well. Hey, Jack Moss. Good afternoon. Hey, Lemon Wolf, if you want to use my custom camera views, don't touch the state config. It's just the camera's config. Oh, I'm going to have to start getting some information on the approach pretty soon. It's not that far away, is it now? No. Where's my pen gone? Let's start writing some stuff down. Let me get the arrival information to begin with. Oh heck, where's that wind come from? I'm just eating some more of my sausage roll, but that looks like very much this is going to be an interesting crosswind landing today. With strong crosswind, gusting crosswinds. Aircraft do appear to be getting in, however, although one is diverted. That was a small aircraft. So which runways are they using? Right, still looks like we're on for runway 26 then. But we're suddenly cross. That's almost a full-on crosswind today. Interesting. Right. So let's get this in. Just pop this into the performance page for now, then we'll go and do the full box setup. So QNH is 1002. Temperature 20 degrees, that's alright, that's warmer than it is here. Wind is 18013, gusting 23. Cav OK, so minimums are 335. How long is the runway at Tallinn? Oh, nearly 3.5 kilometers, so config 3 it is, that'll help with the wind. Right, we'll see how the Phoenix handles in its crosswind landing today then. Kurt72 on Twitch, good afternoon mate. What do I think about Pro ATC? I've never used it, so I'm afraid I'm unable to say. Max Lightweight also says, looks like the RAF are practicing their flypast for the coronation, a convoy of planes over England at the moment. Oh, whereabouts? Can you see that on Flight Radar 24? Hey Julie, Charlie, Mike, hello. Why are we using Varo and not radio? Because we're not doing an auto land. Radio is only if you're doing auto land. Right, okie dokies. Hey William, you joined us at a good time. We've just discovered the weather at Tallinn isn't straightforward, so let's see what we're doing. We're going to be doing the ILS runway 26. We're on the is it the Gonos arrival I think for us today. Yeah, Gonos 1 Lima. And speed restriction of 230 once we get to Tango November 551. Alright, let's just check that that arrival matches up with what I have currently set in the box. Let's check that out. Yep, pretty much takes us straight in on the approach, so that's fine. Right, what other information do we want then? We I've got NDBs or anything like that. We've got the Tallinn VOR, which is Tango Lima Lima. Transition altitude's 5,000 feet. MSA is 2,200. What's that platform? 2,200. That makes sense. 335 is the minimums. Just said that. Yeah, ILS approach is going to be legal for that. QNH is 1002. Identifier India Lima Kilo. And 261 is the track. Airfield elevation 135 and Mr. Pro, climb out on track 2,200. Very straightforward. Alright then, let's have a look at the box and get all that set up. So, how far away is top of descent? It's not going to be that far away now, is it? About 120 miles out. So, Morex is about 9 miles away, 551 is 11, so 551, let's just change that speed, we'll target 180, insert, RadNav page, we want the tank, what have you got, Tango Lima Lima, VOR, EETM26. We'll try and get a nice CDA as well with this. I'll pop in 3,000. Not 3,000. Yeah, 3,000 feet, which is 9 miles for the ILS approach. Perf page is all filled out and done. Flaps 3. And landing weight will be about 56, about 60 tons as our landing weight. Max landing weight is 64.5, so that's fine. Look at the extra fuel we've saved. We've also got an hour of extra fuel. Our box is set up. All right then, let's do the brief, and then we're good to enjoy the descent, aren't we? Let's check out what that weather report was. Has it gone? Yeah, there we go. So the weather then, as we're coming on, we've got a pretty decent crosswind with gusts as well from the south. So strong crosswind from the left. As we're coming in, wind is 180 at 13, gusting to 3. It is cav okay though, so should be good and visual. 20 degrees temperature, QNH 1002, and we've also got temporary scattered cumulonimbus clouds around 2,500 feet, so anti-ice will probably need to be on during the descent as we're going down. Aircraft is still fully serviceable, we haven't broken anything. No NOTAMs for our arrival. Threats to be aware of with this airport, not many, although I am unfamiliar with it. That's probably the biggest threat. We've got a nice low MSA. It doesn't appear to be any terrain around at all, to be honest, so it should be a nice nice approach as we go in. No air traffic control, I don't think. No ATC around, so we just need to be aware of that as we go. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's have a look at the arrivals. So we're doing the ILS runway 26 approach, Gonal 1 Lima arrival. So we can see it's pretty much straightforward coming in at Gonos. That takes us to Tango November 551. That's where we intercept our localizer. So to configure then, with 24 miles to run, we'll start slowing down to green dot, flaps 1 at 551, flaps 2 as we get the glide slope down to meters. The approach itself is a normal 3-degree approach. Runway length is about 3.5 kilometers. How wide is this runway? Have we got anything on that? 45 meters, that's fine. We've got 3-degree pappies as well. Those pappies should be located to the left, I think, as we're coming in. Yeah, no pappies on the left as we're coming in. Yeah, so that's pretty straightforward. Let's go through the box, just confirm we've got that all set up, which we've done. I've also got a speed of 180 at 551. RadNav is tuned to the Tallinn VOR. Progress page 189 miles left to run as the crow flies. In the performance page, we've got everything set up. Winds are in transition. Altitude is 5,000 feet, cleans 224, VAP today with the wind is 138. We've actually got a long runway. What we could actually do is just add 5 knots to that, just because of that crosswind. So We could, and it's gusting as well, so we could go 143. Let's increase that just to help, because the Phoenix isn't great in crosswinds, so we're going to go 143 is now our chosen VAP. Landing in config 3, and that's on the overhead. We've got minimums 335. That's all set. Looking to land about 60 tons landing weight, and second flight plan is same as the active at the moment. So that's it. We're all done. Should be on the ground in about half an hour. Let's talk about then the things after the landing, or if we don't land. So once we've landed, we are going to roll pretty much to near the end and vacate. Echo would be good. If we miss Echo, can we take any of the others? Have we got any max wind spans? So doesn't look like any of those are going to affect us. Taxiway Delta looks quite small on there. Not anything to tell us we can't take Delta. I'm going to go for Echo or Charlie, to be honest. Echo or Charlie looks fine. Alpha Bravo Charlie Fox Tango Zulu, max wingspan is 74 meters. We're not that big. Delta max 30s. Oh, actually we could do it then. Yeah, so 36 meters. Yeah, we can take Delta. It's just narrower, isn't it? And then where are we going? Main terminal. So Alpha, and then main terminal somewhere over here. Fair enough. If we can't get in and we go around, it's pretty straightforward. Straight out on runway track, climbing 2,200, and then we'll just set up for another approach. We've got loads of fuel, so if we have to go around, we can get in and have another go. Hey, Sean says, just taken off about 50 minutes ago from Frankfurt, heading to Bilbao. Something a little bit different with Lufthansa operations. That means you have to turn off the auto thrust and land with manual thrust. Good luck, Sean. And you're on the fly-by-wire A320NX and using SimSmart for the first time. Excellent. Hopefully you got airborne okay. Hey, Anthony YT, hope you are well. Mantim MB says, time's not going fast enough for this update release. Looking forward to the ATR. You can only do so much to keep you busy. Well, Mountain, stay with us for the next... stay with us until we're on the ground, and then it should be available. It shouldn't be long at all. Now, what's left on my plate to eat? I've got Cadbury's egg or grapes. Which should I eat first? Aviation fun. You ask more questions than my mother. Yeah, so we license music, obviously, guys, because you support the channel, so it's a payware service that we have to use for that. How many subs till 32k? No idea, I'm afraid. Leanne says grapes first. Alright, guys, you've called it. Grapes it is. I could probably still talk while chewing on those. Nick, you're eating a Mr. Kipling apple pie. Beautiful. Dr. Magic, hang on, did I just say turn off auto throttle? Yeah, for the landing only. Lufthansa, Christian will tell you all about this, but Lufthansa don't use auto thrust for landing. Leanne, grapes won't be nice after all that sugar. Well, you know, these grapes are very juicy. A little bit sour as well, which is what I want. I like sour grapes, so to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, take advantage today of some fantastic fantastic savings and offers from our in-flight magazine. This can be found in the back pocket of the seat in front of you. These shopping ideas and gifts offer you tax-free savings with many items not available anywhere else and exclusive to you during your flight today. Our cabin crew will be around shortly to also offer you the chance to purchase airline lottery tickets. There is a chance to win some fantastic prizes, including cash and holidays. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
Sean says he's learned something today. Didn't know Lufthansa did that. No, it was. It's no one's told me directly. Christian's told me, obviously, from what he's heard from some friends and real world pilots. But yeah, apparently Lufthansa are all about the manual thrust for landing. Dave Loxley, thank you for subscribing, mate. Hope you're well. Ravel, hello, says, love to see you flying to Tallinn. Have I been there? No, never in real life, no. In fact, I've never been there in the sim either, so this is going to be a first on all accounts. Kevin, do you have to complete a certain amount of auto lands as a pilot annually, or is it different by airline? I think that's probably airline specific, but you do have to do them sort of like a proficiency thing. And they do them sometimes just to test the aircraft as well. But of course you can only perform auto lands in good conditions when certain other criteria have been met.
Thank you. Enjoy your food.
Who's ordering food? Nick got a cheese and crackers platter. Very nice. I didn't even know that was I didn't even know that was available. Oh, wonderful. We'll be heading down shortly. I think this Cadbury's egg is going to have to save for once I've landed. Hey MadMat123, so the easy points, you collect them just by watching streams and you get more by chatting. You can also gamble them and you can earn them through donations as well to the channel's upkeep. But obviously that's not mandatory. But yeah, lots of people just gamble and fight for them. Right, 10 miles to go, David, until top of descent, so good time to join the stream. Sean, make sure it's not a £10,000 egg. I know, £10,000 or a Cadbury's egg. Okay. Looks like a gorgeous day though, so the approach should look beautiful. Few CBs around when we last got the METAR, so we'll see if they're there as well. Kevin, have we got Lufthansa arriving at the same time as us? We'll be on Unicom, so we'll see what happens. I'll also keep them on keep them on TCAS. Okay, guys, so it's time to start heading down then.
Ladies and gentlemen, flight deck once again, this is your captain speaking, and you will be delighted to hear that we will shortly be starting our descent.
Through final descent flight level 110 blue.
The cabin crew will shortly prepare the aircraft for our arrival, and if you would make sure all the aisles are now clear, so that the cabin crew can make their way around the aircraft safely, that would be most appreciated. Thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
I'm just going to keep max 7.9 for the moment. We'll keep an eye on that for conversion, otherwise we'll get too fast. But just want to keep that speed up. Leanna, I've not got anything on VPilot for Tallinn approach, so I think we are going to need Unicom. So speed 270, there we go, that's fine. Elk Chocolate, there's 5 inbound to Tallinn within 10 minutes. Right. That's 1 every 2 minutes, we'll be alright. We should be there in about 15 minutes, I'm reckoning. Tony, is it usually open descent or managed? So I use managed descent if we're going down on the on the profile. If we are late with our top of descent, if ATC have kept everything, use open descent. Otherwise, if you try and chase that profile, you'll probably end up getting close to MMO and overspeed. So we don't want that. Mad Matt UK. No, there's no merch shop. We'd probably get sued if we had Easyjet merchandise. So no, can't do that, Sal. Aviation fun, do I like the grrr of the A320 engines on takeoff? I don't usually stand next to them. Right, we are on Unicom, so how far are we away from Gonos? About 53 miles. We'll make a Unicom call when we get there and start the star. Once again, it's areas of the world like this you realise there's so much space on this earth. Makes you become wistful and think, what does the future hold, you know? 10,000 years from now, what will the earth down below look like? Airlines don't sell their own merchandise, do they? Are there any that do that? I love the sarcasm, Liana. Okay, the new world update should drop in 9 minutes. Ace, an FSI panel landing today. Oh, we could do, couldn't we? We've got a nice crosswind to contend with, so let me go and see if I can set that up. We've got time now as we go down. So with the weather, we've currently got a headwind of 2 and a crosswind of 13, but also gusts as well. Hell yeah, at the rate things are going, it's not looking good for 10,000 years from now. I know. Oh, Jordan, of course, it's 1500 Zulu, isn't it? I keep forgetting when we're on British summertime now. Yeah, so an hour and 10 minutes, sorry. Hour and 10 minutes, then we'll be there with the update. Jack says 1600 on the official Discord. Is that 1600 Zulu though, Jack, or is that UK local time? Shadow Dancer says, Azobo aren't great at communicating their times though. Ask 3 channels and get 5 different options. Think I can sneak this Cadbury's egg in before we get to the star? Leon, it probably doesn't help when the streamers don't remember what time zone they're currently in. Like me. Forgot we're not UTC anymore. Well, the aircraft's holding the profile quite nicely. Seems uneventful at the minute. Alright, well, I've got to break low on, as it's not a short runway, this, we'll have plenty of time. Nick, you've got a clock on your wall that shows Zulu time to save any confusion. Does that not make you late for appointments though, if you look at the wrong clock? I have a clock in my car that's actually set to Zulu time, thinking about it, just because I can't be bothered with faffing around changing it. It's right, 6 months out of the year then. Hey JJ, about an hour and 4 minutes. An hour and 3 minutes. Cheers, Dark.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit, we began our descent into our destination. We're not expecting any air traffic control delays, so we should have you on the ground shortly. If you could now please assist the cabin crew by tightening your tray tables and packing the many litter as they come around, it would be most appreciated, and make sure you fasten your seatbelts. For safety reasons, please turn off any electronic devices you have or switch airplane mode on your mobile phone. Please note the aircraft toilets will also shortly go out of use. Thank you, and we'll see you on the ground shortly.
Sean, you're flying over Paris at the moment, but you can't see anything because of the clouds. Yeah, we're just about to drop through our cloud layer in a minute. There's a few CBs about, which should be okay. Nick says, do you remember when we used to stream the World Update streams late at night with lots of gin? I do remember that, Nick. That was the UK update, wasn't it? We literally just went all around the UK. 5,000 feet in the A320. It was awesome. Dark, no CRJ style stream tonight. Does it come with a manual? Tallinn traffic Wizz Air 19 Zulu Victor is approaching Gonus for the Gonus 1 leaving arrival. ILS approach runway 26, flight level 150. Right, I'm going to save my camera executive after we've landed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fasten seatbelt sign has been turned on. Please ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened and return to your seats immediately if you are not already seated. Infant seatbelts are provided for our passengers travelling with small children. Please ensure that they are secured safely and ask a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. The toilets will now go out of use until the fasten seatbelt sign is turned off. Whilst seated, please find the airline magazine in the front pocket, providing you with lots of information about the channel and the perks of becoming a channel member. Thank you.
Right, so let's do our approach checklist. Barrow RF QNH is 1002, set and cross-checked, seatbelt signs are on, minimums are 335, auto brake is low, and our EFB is stowed. We'll get that disconnected again. PS Randy, no, it wasn't ice detected. It's because this airframe hadn't got the QNH linked, so I turned the captain side, but the FO side was still in standard, so it was just beeping to say, hang on, who's right? So as we're coming about 10,000 feet then, let's reduce our speed. Thrust idle, open descent as we do that, and get our landing lights on. Start to head through the clouds, and let's just get on the anti-ice. It's not a massive cloud layer actually, is it? So we probably shouldn't need to be on for too long. Right, LS is on and the approach phase is activated. Start slowing down to green dot, use some spoilers to help us with that. Might have the sun in our eyes as well as we come into land. We'll see if that is the case. Top Gun, good morning sir, hope you are well. So our VS is now 2-3. Flaps 1, speed's checked. Flaps 1, India Lima Kilo is identified. Might just get some spoilers out just to keep us heading down. William, does Phoenix have a built-in flex temp calculation tool? Yes, it does. Hey, Wally, last trip for a while. You're going to Maho Beach, St. Martin? Oh, wow. Excellent. Ravel says runway 08 would have been better to land on because of the better views. Yeah, sadly it's not the runway that's been in use in real life at the moment. DarkFury, weather update, winds now 160 at 13. Okay. Let's quickly update that. And 1003. Speed brakes are still out, that's okay. I know speed brakes are still out. Cancel the master caution. Right, now they can go away. And let's start reducing our speed. Thrust idle open descent. 3000 blue. Lock blue. Tallinn traffic, Wizz Air 19 Zulu Victor, establish runway 26, 12 mile final. All glide slope blue, Cat 3 dual autopilot 1 and 2, flaps 2, speeds checked, flaps 2. There we go. Glass off start lock star. And 10 mile final.
Cabin crew, please prepare the cabin for landing.
Confirmation of that crosswind that we spoke about. That should drop off. We're not going to be landing with a 33 knot crosswind, I hope. Would be within limits, however. Oh wow! Look at the steam. Or smoke, whatever it is. That's neat.
2,500.
Main altimeter alive. Okay, let's manage the speed. Gear down. Spoilers armed. And the lights are on. Flaps 3. Now, speed's checked. Flaps 3. Landing checklist.
Cabin crew, seats for landing.
So the cabin is secured. Go around altitudes 2,200 feet. Set eco memo. Landing. No blue. Right, let's see how she.
Overhead, Tango November 606.
Let's see how she handles the crosswind landing today. Williams, so flex temp is absolutely implemented in the Phoenix and also the fly-by-wire aircraft. They've done a good job with it as well. Aviation fun, so the lights, I'm using Simbox for that. 1,000 feet. We've got VAT plus 143. Two reds, two whites. I have control. Dropped a bit low there. Let's get that back stabilised. There we go. So we need some right rudder and left aileron as we come in. So stable.
300. 100 above.
So this may look faster than normal, but we've done that because of the wind. Minimums continue.
100.
That is a wind.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard.
Come on, get
5.
down. Get down. And spoilers deployed, reverse green. Crosswind and tailwind, good fun. Reversers are off. Manual braking.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our destination. The crew will now commence preparing the aircraft for deboarding. Can passengers please remain...
Tallinn traffic, Wizz Air 3 fully established on the ILS of runway 26, currently 7 miles.
You may now turn on your phones and electronic...
Tallinn traffic, runway 26 vacated.
Thank you for choosing to fly with us today, and please consider becoming a channel member to receive extra benefits on your future flights with us. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Right. Check out this airport scenery as well. This is new, of course. Well, in the last couple of weeks. I think we've got some static aircraft as well. I don't believe that all of these aircraft are on VATSIM. We'll check out the replay in just a little bit, because we did make one. Iconic cloth, firm landing 332. That's not firm. Firm would be 450. Braking the aircraft is 600. Butter is 100. 150. Below 100 is probably not that safe.
Tallinn traffic, number 464, established runway 26, and we're IMOS.
Can you turn the static traffic off, Nick? Clearly I didn't do that. We'll find somewhere to park. So we're on Alpha 6 at the moment. We'll carry on and we'll go and park at the main gate terminal. Anyway, guys, welcome to Tallinn. Two hours 57 minutes. A says, look out for the beach party on the Saab. On my right, there's a beach. Hang on, there's a beach party on the Saab. What? An aircraft? Surely not. Is it just me, or is that Wizz Air floating? Oh, there he is. It's back down. Oh no, it's back up. Dr. Magic says he managed an 819 landing last week. Yeah, that's going to give you a load 15 report. That's not going to be a good. That's not going to be good for the mechanics. Right, so we're going to go. Let's go Mike 6, which is just down here.
Tallinn traffic, Boeing 1 Romeo is now established on the localizer 10 miles.
Hey Faraz, we're just in the first version of the Phoenix right now. The one that's publicly available. David, if you get a squawk code from the controller and you go over to Unicom, do you need to keep it or change it? No, keep it, because it'll be, if an ATC comes on a little bit later, then they'll be using that as well.
Tallinn traffic, Wizz Air 3 vacated runway 26.
Oh, I'm loving the interior of this building. Is that the interior? Yeah, there's people walking around inside there. How amazing is that? I think that's brilliant. And stop. Awesome. Right, parking brake is set. We'll leave the engines running so we can check out a replay in a moment. Yeah, there's people walking around in there. I thought that was just a sort of a image, but it's not. That's pretty good.
Tallinn traffic.
Oh, they put quite a lot of
runway vacated.
Quite a lot into this, haven't they? I can even go upstairs. Look. Yeah, that is really neat. Europa car, of course, based at every airport. Well, they got correct different signage as well. It looks very good. It's very good. There's just people walking all over the place. You can tell it takes a bit of a hit on the frame rates, but that looks pretty decent. And they've also not just done the airport, but we can see there's quite a few landmarks. I'm loving absolutely loving the steam from the chimneys over there. I think that's great. And we've got an actual train down there as well. Yes, don't think it moves. I think it's static, but it's still nice to see one. I can understand what you mean by the views coming in the other way would perhaps be better. Quite right too, but never mind. That looks beautiful. Right, should we check out the replay? So let me just come off of VATSIM. Thank you to those of you who flew alongside us, of course, on the VATSIM network. Let's get rid of self-loading cargo. Stop the replay, and I will check that out again. So, where's the replay gone? One moment. Here we go. Oh, Skydoll has just crashed. That's not good. Well, while I'm just waiting for that to reload itself, let's see if did it save the replay? Oh, it's not saved the replay, guys. Oh no, I can't do the replay. Oh, I've never known Skydoll to crash. Right, well in that case then, I might as well shut both engines down. Never mind. Ace, there's a tram near the terminal that does move. Fantastic. I'll check the landing report in a minute. We'll see what that says. Seatbelt signs can come off, APU is up and running, bleed air can come on for a little bit, strobes, get them turned off. Beacon lights below 10, so let's get that turned off. GSX as well. Might as well start deboarding then if we can't do a replay. So request deboarding. There we go. Right. Did we get a landing report from FSI panel? Let's check that out. So the landing distance just within limits. Deviation from centre line, that's fine. Touchdown rate 158. Oh, it's brilliant. With that wind and the crosswind and tailwind, no problem. And the bank at touchdown, that's quite an important one when you've got a crosswind. Not often I we get 0. Now, this landing report from FSI panel, I think, is probably one of the most realistic and accurate that you can get. The streaming overlay one is just different every time. This seems quite accurate, so I don't know how they're coded to be a little bit different. But yeah, that one's fine. Landing distance, we got in just in the limits, didn't we? Where are you going? What's going on there? Oh, it's an aircraft that's coming to taxi in front of us. Am I off? Oh, I might have been on VATSIM. Right, just get rid of that. There we are. Where are my passengers going? I think the jetway is perhaps meant to connect up. Oh well. Let's look out of this window instead. A bit of an immersion killer on the end there. Yeah, so I like the the landing report from FSI panel, I think, is very good, and it gives you lots of good details as well. I did disconnect, Nick. I'd got it in what do you call it, invisible mode. So that's why I was still there. But anyway, great airport, great run, great route. Thank you, Dark, for the suggestion of landing at Tallinn. Great flight and a great airport to check out as well. Always nice to do something a little bit different as well. Different airline operations. Obviously been in Wizz Air today, of course. And of course it was another nice long stream. What was about, we've been live for 4 hours. Wow, it doesn't feel like that long. But guys, thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed our flight today. And yeah, hopefully you'll be around to catch us on the next one, whenever that'll be. A big shout out as well to those of you who have continued to support the channel, either via Super Chats or channel membership donations. Thank you so much to everyone who has done that. We have quick check. Yeah, we've got 15 new channel members today, courtesy of your guys' support. So thank you guys so much. We really do appreciate all of everything you do. And Easyjet Sim Pilot channel members, of course, assisting in supporting the channel throughout. Our next flight will be, as always, announced on Discord. So do make sure that you check that out. As for the ATR and the world update, that should come out in about, well, if the rumours are to be believed, it should be about 40 minutes time. So make sure you check that out, and hopefully the ATR won't be too expensive. I don't imagine it will be, but looking forward to seeing all those ATR streams later on. Thanks so much, guys. I'll see you all on the next one, whatever you're doing for the rest of the day. Have a great day. Bye bye, everyone. Have a good Tuesday, and enjoy the update. Hopefully won't break anything. Bye bye.